Who? Is he going to apply to Greensboro? Find out exactly what Jetty has. What's he doing here?
I'm meeting with him. He's recently looked at some properties that I got.
How often does he come out here?
I don't know. Him and Joe, they got a lot of shit together.
Ask him if he can give you a ride in it.
Oh, he would. Yeah.
I mean, that's big bucks, man. That guy's got to have crazy money.
What it is.
Wonder why he doesn't go into Greensboro.
Well, all of his business is in Kentucky.
Oh, that's why. Hey, Tribbles. My guess is he's got a Falcon 20 or a Falcon 10. You guys kicking it and stuff? Know what I'm saying? Came out a little early, man. Just kicking it. Why don't you come on up tonight, Tribbles? You don't need to show your face if you don't want to. We just discuss current events. G's out, pose down. You know what I'm saying? Did you get a notice, or did you just happen to be on the internet? I got a notice for you right here. You're getting better looking already. She's good. She just went out and did a pee-pee. Oh, decreasing boxes. Oh, okay. All right. It's the best beer they ever made. The history of beer. Grab my phone. You got a G's up, O's down. You know what I'm saying? No, I was just getting. Yeah, I was just getting ready to text you. Hey, Johnny.
Oh, hey, Tom.
I was just getting ready to text you.
Yeah, I got your notification tonight.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It's like I said, you must. Well, I don't think you posted many videos today. That's probably why I got it.
They say 3, so maybe that's true. No,
yeah, it might be. Yeah. So, where'd you go today?
Today I just did stuff around here. Then I went to Athens. I had a bank deposit. I went to Barnes & Noble. Went to Olive Garden.
Oh, how was that?
It was actually good. I'll tell you, I get around eating out, right? And if somebody ever said they were thinking about getting into a restaurant, I would tell them, hey, Leah, I would tell them to go to a Cracker Barrel and to Olive Garden. They are absolute experts at marketing. And just the presentation on everything, the way they set up their dining rooms, the checkout. I mean, and they adapt. They never stay the same. And they're always busy, and that's hard to do in this day and age.
Yeah. No, I've always had a good meal at Olive Garden. I've never had.
I eat there about twice a year. It's not like really my favorite. It's not because I know of a better Italian place. It's just I'm not into Italian that much. But man, I'll tell you, the lady next to me got chicken Alfredo, and it looks so damn good. Like it's a crispy chicken with the Alfredo too, and their soup's good. I never get the bread. I'm not. You know this. Your taste changes as you get older. Like when I was a kid, I used to buy jars of those pickled peppers. Like they're kind of flat. They're in a salad that they give you at Olive Garden. Now I don't like them anymore. It's weird. But their salads, they give you a nice big bowl, and the bowl is chilled, and and beautiful
Yeah.
bar set up. I sat at the bar. I normally don't do that, but it's bright and it's tiled and it's mixed in with wood and architectural lighting. They just do a awesome job in everything. And it's
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah, it is reasonable. Uh-huh. Yep.
And
No, it's
definitely, if you're going to be in the retail restaurant and food business, I mean, that you could definitely learn some lessons. And I used to brag about Starbucks, same thing.
uh-huh.
They'll take somebody out of the middle of nowhere and have them have good manners in a week. It's amazing. It's their training and their manual they give you to study.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Leah, I'm not sure on that house. I'm going to find out about that. If I had to guess, I think that was probably burned down intentionally. Just because if you looked at the video, I've done quite a few videos and photography of that building. Really, even before I moved down here, I probably got 10 videos up on it and 500 photos. But it looks like it was burned down intentionally because the fire was contained. I mean, it didn't like keep burning, into infinity. So it's probably whoever owns it. And the place was a mess. Nobody was going to fix it up, but it is kind of sad. I know what you mean. Hey, Michelle. She was a school teacher, Miss Ellington. And there's actually a little graveyard right next to there. I've taken photos and video of that as well. Yeah. Leah, you want to come up and party? Michelle, you want to come up and party with us?
Yeah. No certain topic tonight.
No certain topic.
No. Just shoot the shit, huh?
That's exactly right. Maybe somebody's willing to come up and give us their health records.
Oh, yeah. Their health records. Yeah. Remember now, we're not doctors, okay?
Yeah. Remember that. Yeah. People tell you that. They'll tell you, now, I'm not a doctor. It's like, thanks for telling me. No, you're exactly right. Like, I'm no expert. Yeah, I get it. What's going on, Michelle?
Nothing.
Hey, I want to ask you right out of the fucking chute.
Sure.
Why do you not put up some of your lives? Why are they not up there?
So some of my lives, because when I started doing lives through YouTube and they were different from StreamYard,
Yeah.
so some of them aren't even posted and they're like in an archive because sometimes when they upload, for whatever reason, I'm still trying to learn how to do all of this.
But it should be automatic.
Not always.
Or I'll tell you what else can happen. Yeah, always. Now, that whole archive thing, I don't know too much about it either. But that's a StreamYard deal. I don't give a fuck about them. I mean, once in a while I'll get a thing, your thing is filled. Fuck, I don't care. So I erase them all. But that doesn't have anything to do with those being on YouTube. Are you sure you're not deleting those accidentally?
I have accidentally deleted some videos and I don't know how to restore some of the videos, but when I go to look at them and to like edit them.
As an example, last night's live, why isn't it up there?
I deleted it because last night I just kind of just like let it go and like people were talking on there and it was okay, but it was going live for like ever and like nothing was going on at all.
Oh, okay.
People were talking to each other. Like there were a couple people like who was on, I just left the chat open so if people wanted to chat, but there were a few people that stayed on well into the night, but I got tired and I just let it run. That's what happens sometimes.
Oh, you got to be careful for that because you get some wacko on there putting up porn or some shit, you're fucked.
Well, you know what else I found out too, because I did it before, where I've fallen asleep on a live.
Yeah.
Is StreamYard allows only a certain amount of hours for free for streaming.
Yeah, that's right.
So I got one time I did that and that's why when I started doing YouTube lives, that's when I started getting in more traffic, more people coming in because YouTube pushes it differently than StreamYard. Like when I do StreamYards, I might get 30 people in the live
Yeah,
chats,
no, I
but I
got it.
like it. But I like StreamYard because you can have people come up on the panel. It's not just you talking about random stuff. It's you and like other people can come on. Now with YouTube, it has to be planned. So like I have to plan a live with somebody and you can only have one other person up there at a time. But when I do the YouTube lives, but it's mostly random people coming in there telling me that they love me, how beautiful I am, and then leaving. You know what I mean? It's not, I think it's just random people just going through channels.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
not like a consistent following. It's just random people coming in and what. But I mean, I did get a lot of subscribers from it too, but
Oh, I
not,
got you.
yeah. So I'm still trying to figure out some of the logistics and everything with StreamYard and YouTube, because it changes too. So they've changed like platforms and like how they do things and everything, and you got to really try to keep up with it.
Yeah, I know. They changed things around. Chris, I don't know who Crystal is. She came up for a second, then she fell off. I don't know whether she's having a connection issue or what.
Well, that too. I had a connection issue one night. My Wi-Fi was just
Yeah, I had that happen
not
one night
doing,
too.
not doing really.
Yeah, I had that happen one night. But that only
Yeah,
one
you
time
did. Yeah.
in all this time, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, but I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to keep up a video where basically I just kind of like let everybody talk, everybody just wanted to talk to each other. And I'm like, well, if people see these videos and it's basically like nothing is going on. Same thing when I do the chat only videos.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm learning is you don't see the chats. Some people aren't seeing them like afterwards. So like if you're not chatting like on the panel,
Yeah.
nobody's seeing people's comments.
Yeah, they are.
A couple of people told me that they're not seeing anything, and I don't see a chat going on when you play the video. So I'm still trying to learn how
Stephanie,
to.
what do you have to say about that?
You mean the replay videos?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's on the replays there's no chat. It's
There's
just
not?
comment. No, it's just comments.
Yeah, that's what I saw too on a couple of them, and some of people told me this too, and I'm like, well, this is kind of
Yeah.
ridiculous for me to keep on putting on videos, and if I don't say anything, if I just have like a chat, like an open chat where people, can just talk and whatever, it's not showing up. Only if someone comments on the video later on.
No, I used to have, you could watch, I don't know if mine's still like that because I never check it, but I know like you could go back and watch a chat from 4 years ago, read all the comments and hear all the audio.
Why do you do that?
Well, guess what, Tab? I don't know what the difference is, but my one video you could read the chats, but then I go to my next video and you can't. So I'm still trying to figure this all out because most of the videos you can't read the live chats, but then some you can.
Well, I
So
do know in YouTube, there's a button you can click for replayable and you can take it out and not make it replayable. Now, Chris says it takes a while for it to load and replay. I don't know how long that is. Now, Callie, yes, you can. What are you talking about? Like you can, Callie, do you ever listen to the audio and read the comments? Do you get them both?
not while the live is going, but I mean afterwards.
Yeah, afterwards. Now, Triple says in the section where you can post a comment, you have to swipe to the left to see the live chat. Did you hear that?
Swipe to the left.
Oh.
Okay, well, let me check that. I'm going to check that out. Maybe that's what I have to do then because.
There's a dot.
Okay. All right, we're going somewhere now. See, this is what sucks when you
Callie reads them and listens to all of the chats afterwards if she doesn't catch them live.
Oh,
Okay, well,
Anybody home?
I didn't know that.
no, I didn't either.
Well, I don't give a fuck that much, so, but I do know for a while that people would comment like, hey, I heard you talking, etc. And I have comments regularly that people say, hey, that was a great chat. I wish I could have been there. So
Right. Well, that's what I thought too. This is why I found it weird that I couldn't see it. And some people were telling me like it's just showing when I watch your video, it's just showing, your picture, and that's it.
Okay, now Drifter says there's a comment and separately a chat section. So for the people out there that knows what the fuck they're talking about, spell out exactly how someone does it that isn't familiar with it. I don't care, so I never listen to my old stuff, but I know they must be getting it based on the questions or comments that I get the next day. So if somebody could just type the steps in what Michelle or Stephanie are not doing right to see this, because I know it's available. I just can't tell you how because I don't look.
You never
Yeah.
rewatch any of your videos?
No. I mean, I do like on my vultures and stuff, but
Yeah.
I have never went back and listened to a chat, not once.
They're lying.
Not once.
Yeah, because StreamYard is a totally different.
It is.
But
I'm not, but
the-
I don't even know if you can watch them separately on StreamYard and separately on YouTube.
Well, that's what I tried. I tried to figure that out too, because there was videos that I wanted to recover, and somebody in the chat once told me that you can't recover any of the videos once they're deleted, which I find
That's true.
odd. No, I find
No, it's
that
not odd.
Mm,
You're
I don't-
deleting them off their hard drive, and they ask you twice, are you sure you want to delete this? And when you click yes, it's over.
Hmm.
It's not like doing it where they're on a hard drive and you can write over them like on your laptop. Now, Drifter said, Triple said it, on the comment section, swipe to the left. I'm not even sure where the fuck she's talking about.
I do.
Yeah.
Like where you can.
Well,
When-
go on and swipe to the left on one.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't
Oh, it
because
won't
I'm
let
on
me
my
the
phone
panel.
now.
Yeah.
It'll kick me out if I.
Yeah, and I noticed like last night when I was trying to get off your thing that I couldn't get off your chat until I turned the phone horizontally. Hey, Dominic.
Well, that's weird. Yeah. Sometimes. with
Now,
the
Kayla, are
phone-
you saying you can do all this on a phone? I do know that overall, but that's through a cell phone, not sure on a PC. See, now Drifter says you can do this through a cell phone. So, Stephanie, you shouldn't have any problem.
Yeah.
And I've always found that in general, PCs are better. There's more things to do. Although when I go on my phone and look, like when people do something on YouTube, it'll let me know if there's new comments, if there's ones held because they said something wrong, or if I just want to respond. And it's not quite that user friendly on a laptop or desktop. In some aspects, the phone's better. Oh, see, Callie does it on a phone, watches the whole thing. After,
Huh.
yeah.
Well, some people even do it on a TV. I don't even know how to stream.
Yeah,
it on
Marty
a
does
TV.
that. It doesn't interest me, but he watches all the YouTubes on his TV.
I do too. I watch YouTube on my TV too.
That makes sense. I mean,
Yeah, but I don't, like, you know how it is. You don't spend too much time researching
Right.
things you don't give a fuck about. And I never go
Right.
back and listen to my old chats, never. And
Well,
I watch my videos like, I don't like hearing my voice.
I don't either. I don't like hearing
Yeah,
my
I don't like
voice.
hearing your
No,
voice.
I mean,
either,
I'll go
Todd.
and I'll watch like the vulture things or somewhere where I was doing a sunrise or something, but I hate hearing myself talking to people.
Oh, I know. I do too.
Hey, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't, I don't know. I know a lot of people like that though.
Yeah, I know.
I went, well, when I first started making videos, I would go back and edit some of them,
Yeah.
because I was like, all right, let's see if I try editing, which I was horrible at because I have no background in digital.
Yeah, but there's videos on how to do all this.
Right. No, I mean, I learned how to do like some basic stuff with it, but it's more complex than you think it is. Like even just editing can take longer than
Yeah, but I'm telling you, man, I mean,
making the video.
I bet my first 5,000 videos were with Microsoft Movie Maker, which was like something you'd give a child.
Well,
to
that's
edit
the
with.
thing too. Well, that's the thing too.
And then they phased it out, and I thought, holy shit, man. And I looked at all the different kinds. I ended up getting Power Director 15, which I still use because, I don't do too much editing. Putting pictures together,
Yeah, I
editing,
know.
that's it. I'm not fucking around with all this horse shit. Because even with the best editing programs that are affordable, it still looks like amateur bullshit. I'm not like pretending to be a movie maker. You want to see a fucking vulture eat some damn hamburgers?
Yeah.
Turn on the phone and watch it.
You should rename your channel. You should rename your channel. This is the Odd Channel.
Yeah.
Like if you like vultures, if you like random stuff.
No,
like,
but you know, really, people say that to me. But if you look at my channel, it's really no different than it's ever been. I started out the same way now, minus the prostitute interviews.
Right.
It's the same exact shit. Ham sandwiches, fried chicken.
Yep.
Digging holes in ice and
we
seeing
like-
what's going on underneath.
Can we not say, ham sandwiches are big stuff.
Mama Cass had one next to her when she died.
Yeah, God, I hope I don't die with a ham sandwich.
I don't think that's weird. Yeah, that's Kelly. No, it's funny you should bring that up. That night I was drinking, Kelly.
Uh-huh.
I'd say that's probably the drunkest I've ever been in my life.
Last night?
No, when I walked home from Anthony's one night.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm not in, like I say all the time, and I really mean this. If I had a job, or I was running for office, or I had kids, or a wife that worked locally, or if I was, around a place where I gave a fuck. But nothing embarrasses me anymore because there's nothing at stake. Now, if I was 30 and on the way up, I would have like the smallest channel in the world. None of this crazy shit I talk from the heart. You just can't do that shit because even if people think it's funny and cool and you're being honest, that shit does not cut it when you're trying to be upwardly mobile.
Howard Stern had Joe Biden on his show the other day.
It's a liberal Jew, though. It is. I mean, this is, goes back way back. I'm not knocking them.
Right.
But, that's how this whole deal works. You know what I mean? And I'll bet you money, though, that before he went on there, that Howard Stern had to agree to what questions he was going to ask.
Nope, I'm sure they do that.
Yeah. Or he's not going to fucking do them. And, I never thought, everything is like, the bar is lowered so bad right now. I never thought in a million years that I would miss Larry King.
Oh, yeah. He was good.
It was a vanilla interview. You never really got done watching one of his interviews and knew any more than you did before you turned it on at the beginning. And I think that was all scripted exposure, and he's not going to bust too many balls.
Do you find this odd too? So with the past couple of presidencies with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, like so much like bad personal stuff has came out, where I remember with presidents, they had this clean image and it was rare for like some kind of scandal to break out. But now it just seems like it's just like all over the place now.
Can you imagine if the Kennedys were in office now?
Right. Well, that's
drowned in secretaries, murder in actresses.
Well, that's what I'm like.
Right.
A history of rum running, philandering. I mean, John F. Kennedy fucked everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Everyone loved him, though.
Yeah, they did. But it's not like that anymore.
Now they expose everything for what it, now it's not like.
I love Dick Cavett. You guys want to watch a really super, he's one of my heroes, and I have hardly any. And I'd say two, him and Johnny Holmes. But Bobby Fischer, the chess player, there's a 21 or 23 minute interview with Bobby Fischer and Dick Cavett. I mean, to me, he's just like, here's another smart Jew. Might as well get it over with. that dropped out of high school, A Simple Life, that just kicked the Russians' ass as a one-man band. And that is impressive. And they used every dirty trick in the book to try and kick this guy's ass, and they couldn't do it. Now he ended up, it kind of looks like maybe became schizophrenic. But man, in his heyday, he was a player. And you watch that interview with Dick Cavett, he was just a fucking stud, man. And just reading books and being brilliant. Where the Russians had teams and medical staffs and everything cataloged on every game he'd played. He just went in there and whooped ass. I mean, just these freaks come along every once in a while, and he was definitely one of them. Lived in hotels.
Lived the
Yeah.
king's lifestyle.
Really eccentric. Like when you get somebody so off the charts, smart like that. I mean, a real legit talent. Like the kind of people say I'm an artist. Then they show me some of their stuff. Man, I have to like pinch my nuts to keep from laughing. And then you look at the first question I ask is like, do you sell your stuff? It's like, no, I just do it for pleasure. Well, I can tell you what that's going to look like. But I have met some people that are just like, there's a classic, I don't know if he's still alive. He ended up marrying one of his students. I went to Eastern Michigan University, which is a joke of a college. And this guy ended up marrying one of his students, which, kind of crazy. He got divorced from his wife. But he was a classical guitar instructor there. And you would not believe this guy's oil paintings and sketches. I mean, I'm not bullshitting you. It's right up there with Rembrandt. It's that good. And I know for a while, and this was 25 years ago, and he just did this as a hobby. He was getting $20,000 portrait commissions. He was so good. And I asked him, how many, did you take classes? No, never took a class. In classical guitar, I mean, we've talked about this before. If you look at pianists like Elton John, Liberace, Jerry Lee Lewis, those fuckers couldn't have got the lunch for a concert pianist. I'm talking about world-class people that are at the top of their game, that are really super talented. And this guy was just one of those guys. But Randy Rhoads, the guy that got killed in a plane crash, that was a lead guitarist for Ozzy Osbourne, super bright guy, came from a great family. And everywhere they toured, he would take more classical guitar lessons. Rock is easy compared to a virtuoso. I'll tell you another really ass-kicker guitarist, Stevie Stevens, who plays for Billy Idol. He's done 2 or 3 Flamingo albums, and it's just another off-the-charts kick-ass guitar player.
When I took guitar lessons when I was younger, it just amazed me the difference between guitars too.
Oh man, but I tried that, man. I learned that I have no talent with musical instruments. I took guitar lessons and had some guitars, and I tried, and it sounded like you handed it to a fucking monkey. A year later.
Well,
No, it didn't even sound like a little bit of a song.
I got pretty good at it, but it was because I did a lot of different instruments and I was into it. But I mean, I can understand some things you're just really good at and excel. Everyone's good at something.
There's a guy that wrote a book, and I have the book, and I can't remember his name. He's dead now. He's a University of Illinois professor. And his book is basically, the crux of it is, do not waste any time on something you're not good at. And as you age, you're going to figure it out. Take all your energies and put it into what you have a talent in and farm the rest of it out. Because if you spend time on the things you're no good at, you're going to spend amount of disproportionate time. You're going to spend 3 times the time on something you're never going to be much better at than something you have a gift for. So you might as well farm it out to other people, whether it's house cleaning, cleaning your car, getting it detailed. Go with your strong points and pay to have everything else done.
Well, does going to school, if I wasn't good at school, was it good that
I wasn't good at school. Fuck, I wasn't even supposed to
I know,
graduate.
me either.
I'm still not good at school. I'm okay. I'm okay at what I like, but it's on my terms. If I want to read today, I'm not. And if I don't want to read, like I haven't read for the last week. And but that doesn't like fly in the real world. You know, I could never like be a lawyer or a doctor or something. I would kill myself. I haven't studied that much in my whole life that they study in a month.
Well,
I just couldn't stand it.
I want to bring up what might help somebody maybe in the future is when I went to school online, it was for me, it helped me a lot to like focus on stuff. Than when I went to school, like in a college, because there wasn't all these distractions, people. Because for some people, it could just be that,
You know
you
what I
know.
think you'd be excellent at?
Oh, geez, I don't want to.
Yeah, I
You
know.
already told
I
me,
know.
but what?
Yeah, I
Shut up,
know.
Tom. What is
Actually, no.
it?
I talked to Stephanie
Okay.
I talked to Stephanie about this.
Oh, yeah.
I think you really have a gift for it. I'm not kidding you. I think you would be absolutely superb at conflict resolution.
I've been told that before.
No, I think you really have a knack for like not offending people and not pissing off one side, not getting accused of favor. Like last night is a perfect example.
Yep.
Really, I think you should get into something where you could be like a mediator or a union, you know.
Well,
Right.
She says she's not deleting them, Kelly. I mean, she did delete
no, I
one
did.
because people just talked after she fell asleep. Right, Michelle? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it ran for like most of the night.
Because
And
in fairness to
it was
Michelle,
just
first of all, it's her channel. She can delete whatever she wants. And secondly, I mean, I let it fly. Like I said, you can't hurt me by playing my video 10 years from now because I'm running for the school board. Michelle is still in the working world, and you don't want a social media search to come back and hurt you. It's like, hey,
I'll just have a name change. I'll just have to change my name after this.
yeah.
I'll have to go
Hey,
down.
hey,
Like,
Mary.
I'll have to go down to the courthouse. Yeah, I'm applying for
Yeah,
a name
no, it's like
change.
you got a soothing voice. I think you'd be good at that. I think Tribbles could do voiceovers too. There's a girl where I get coffee, and I know about this shit. I know people that have done it before. If you get a chance, go on. I had 2 old girlfriends that I suggested this to. One got great jobs doing voiceovers, and another one got to do dental commercials. I said, man, your teeth are just perfect. You know?
Yeah. Oh, God.
No, she really did. Dirty old lady.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh.
Yeah, again, I just can't say anything without your mind going in the gutter.
Oh, God, not my mind.
Stephanie's thinking, I'm trying to not go in the gutter like I'm famous for. And Stephanie's thinking her teeth, huh? Would you say something?
Yeah, I know. Okay.
But she had like the most perfect teeth.
Huh.
Yeah. And she did end up doing still pictures for dental stuff. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
But people have your certain talents at certain things that you're good at, and you should just run with those and fuck everything else.
Well, it could be because I also was like a middle child too, and
I don't think that
brought up
has
like
anything to
that.
do with it. I don't, but it might. Hey, Frisky. You think that has anything? I don't think that. I think all that middle child stuff's a bunch of bullshit.
I think there's definitely different personalities, even with.
Yeah, but there are different personalities, but I don't think it has anything to do with where you fit out of, let's say, 5 kids.
Well, I've always seen it where the oldest is usually the most responsible.
Well, look at a bear in Faye's backyard. Look.
Yeah, I'm standing on my porch. Okay, here's my feet. You can see them. And here's the bear.
Wow.
I'm yelling at him,
Oh.
trying to chase
Oh,
him away.
wow.
Get some bear spray.
Wow.
Get some hair. Well, I have hairspray, but I don't have bear spray.
Bear spray.
Well, I don't know if I want to go that close. He's kind of pissing me off because he's chewing all the stuff out of my favorite bird feeder.
You know, they can tear your ass up.
I know, that's why I'm not going down there with hairspray. He's probably only 2 years old.
Bear spray.
And I threw a big rock at him, and he
B-E-A-R.
just kind of climbed up the tree and came back down.
Hey, it's
Wow.
Bear.
And see that there's an orange bucket there. I threw the bucket at him. All he did was walk up to the bucket and sniff it. I'm like, yeah, he must be used to people, but he's not used to me.
No, they're super intelligent.
He says, I'm not going anywhere.
I know, and I'm like, get away from my stuff.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
He'd pull your
Wait, I'm
head
gonna
right
try-
off your
oh,
body like it's nothing.
What can I throw at him? Hang on.
Cool.
I'm trying to find something to throw.
Don't
Mm.
get
I
too
would
close,
get
though.
bear spray, not hairspray.
What was that, Tom?
Bear, B-E-A-R spray. Not hairspray.
Oops. Well, okay. So this is what I'm doing right now.
Oh, that's cool.
You know,
Yeah.
we get real big bear out back, out in the back 40. You know, we get on the trail cam. We got one. I mean, it is huge. It is like over
350.
400 pounds.
Yeah,
I'll send that
350.
picture to you
Yeah.
through email. Tom.
Wow.
Wow.
But in the years, they've never come this close to the house. And this is the same bear that I sent you a picture of, Tom, before. I can tell
Mhm.
it's just this 2-year-old. Because,
Yeah.
like I say, the trail cam will show us bigger bears and, you know, mama bear with cubs. And look
Yeah.
at, I don't know if you can see, he's just laying down,
No, he's used to
enjoying
be-
my bird feeder.
That's the
He's
kind of bear they
hungry.
trap and move away because they don't have a fear of people.
Yeah, right. So, like Mari said, she said, you know, somebody must be feeding him or something because he's not afraid.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And
Hey,
and
where
like
are
I
you
say,
from?
what scares me is I was over where these lights are. You know, I'm working in the dark because I was gone all day, and I'm trying to get ready for the rain. So I was
Yeah.
there, and then I hear this big thud, and I thought it was some deer coming up because I had some corn out. And I look, and here's this bear, and I'm yelling at him, and he's just looking at me like, "Go away."
Oh,
Um,
gosh.
But the joys of living out in the country, right?
No, I think
Right.
that's cool. You know, I've never seen a bear in the wild.
I have.
I mean, I
It
saw one in
wasn't-
Alaska from about like 5 miles away once. And when I went on a bear thing, you know, where that was different. But I'm talking about just see one
Yeah,
without like, I never saw a bear in Michigan.
really.
No, they're all over the place.
I've seen a bear and it freaked me out and I ran. I don't even know if that's the proper protocol,
Hey, look,
but I
when
guess
you
if
get a chance, when you guys get a chance, look at Mad Bear on YouTube. Mad Bear is let loose. They trap these bears out in Montana. That shows you how smart they are. Most of them, they open the thing and they get the hell out of there. They're super agile, you know, jump high in the air. This one bear gets out of there, turns around, goes back, tries to fuck the driver up in the truck.
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, this is the kind of thought process. If he just didn't take off and was glad to be free, first he bashed the side of the thing next to where the door opened. Then he got up near the cab, was trying to fuck the driver up. I mean, he kept looking. He didn't look and, you know, think this is just a big piece of metal. Why would I bite that? He was on a mission to find out who did this shit. God. That's cool.
Yeah, and
That's cool,
I
man.
just put some feed in there because, like I say, I was gone all day, and
Yeah.
it's supposed to rain. So I thought I'll get the feed out there because tomorrow it'll be yucky. And I see he just, you know, he was laying there, you know, and I see he just pulled the brand new square suet that I had put in there. I see him walking.
wow.
I'm like, what's that big square thing in his mouth? I'm like, oh, it's my suet.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So I guess from now on, I have to take my bird feeders in.
Where are you from,
Yeah.
Faye?
I'm in central Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I live kind of out in the country. We have 55 acres, and the closest town to me has about a population of 179 people.
Wow.
Okay, now I'm hearing other noises. I'm getting scared. They're possibly coming from the other. I have solar lights that go. There is a trail all the way out that way that goes to our pig barn. That I used to take this trail at night with a flashlight to go and feed the baby pigs. I had to bottle feed them.
Yeah.
And I would do that, you know, and I was never afraid. I could hear coyotes out there sometimes,
Yeah,
but
they
I
won't
wasn't
bother you.
afraid of the coyotes because I figure it won't, you know,
No, they
they're not
won't
going to
bother
come by me
Yeah.
if I yell.
Yeah. Well, you
But
better get
I
in
thought
the
that about the
house.
bear too. So
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Better get in the house.
You never know with wild animals, you know, all of a
Right.
sudden
No,
something could
you
trigger
don't.
them.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, okay,
Paint
you
some-
guys have a good chat. Sorry
Yeah,
to
thank you. No,
Okay,
thank
jump
you.
thank
right
you for
in
the
here.
bear.
That was
Thank you.
cool.
show
Yeah, thanks.
show you life on the other side of not Wisconsin, but the country from you guys because you're
Country
in New
for
York, right,
me.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Oh yeah, this is
And
Yep.
and Tom's in Georgia. And Stephanie,
Yeah.
where are you?
I'm on the West Coast, Seattle.
Oh yeah, so other side of the country. So
Yeah.
all right, guys.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right, talk to you later.
bye-bye.
All
Michelle,
right,
what
I
were you
will
sa-
soon.
What were you saying?
I am contemplating putting my boots on and running down there and getting my bird feeder before he does any damage. But
No, I wouldn't.
so.
yeah,
No.
I suppose.
No, don't
Okay.
go. All right.
All right, guys. Bye bye.
Right,
Bye-bye.
party on. What were you going to say, Michelle? You started to say something. You were about your
Oh
birth
no,
order, I
I
think.
just wanted to know about her, about where she lived.
Oh,
When
yeah.
the bear's out.
They saw one black bear here, I guess, like 15 years ago or something. Like, I don't know him, but I know people in West Branch, where I was living last in Michigan. They had friends that he was a DNR officer, and he got transferred to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And the mother was in the kitchen cooking something, and a black bear came and jerked the baby out of the stroller and ate it. No
Oh,
shit.
God.
Yeah, it did. Out of the, like thing, they had a little thing in the porch where it would like just swing,
Yeah.
but a bear came and ate their baby.
Yeah, you can't
Oh.
trust wild animals because you don't know. You think like even if let's say you're an expert on wild
Yeah,
animals
yeah.
and like kind of know
Mm-hmm.
their mindset and how they go after things, like you
Well,
never
you better,
really
especially
know.
when the food's scarce.
Yeah.
I don't know how Faye's marriage is doing, but I hope it's doing pretty good. If I was in a shitty marriage, I'd paint bacon grease on her soles of her shoes.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Why do you have to go down? I was like,
It wouldn't be on Forensic Files and say, well, it's just, I'd practice crying and everything.
Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah, but I know they do have attacks with black bears in Michigan. I know that.
Yeah, we have black bears here up in the mountains. Yep, I've seen them.
Yeah. That's a hell of a ride. Mary, you got to take that Badger before they mothball that thing. That's a hell of a trip over there. It's a coal burning car transport ship. It's just a beautiful ride. I think it's 79 miles, but you're just there's no way you're going to see Lake Michigan like that. I mean, you can see it from an airplane. I've flown across it in little airplanes a bunch of times, but nothing's like being down there low for like a 3-hour ride. Beautiful. Yeah. Really cool. But you were saying something about birth order. You were starting to talk about, Michelle.
about what? I'm
You
sorry.
were saying something about birth order, like where you fell in between siblings and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean it makes a difference. Usually the oldest one's usually the more responsible one. Maybe they had to look after their younger ones at some point or have to be like the leader of their younger siblings. And like usually the middle sibling doesn't get a lot of attention. Um, and usually the younger one usually gets babied by the parents. Like they don't usually leave the house as fast. Like they,
Now, you have stepsisters, don't you?
yeah, I have a half sister and a half brother.
And
And I
then
have stepsisters too. I do have stepsisters too. Yep.
the stepsisters, a half brother, and then do you have any from the same mom and dad?
One.
Oh, okay. Now, do you notice differences?
Oh yeah. I mean, just from, my younger sister and me, there's big differences on even how we wanted to live life after, as adults.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
Mm.
I wanted to go out there as quick as I could and have my own stuff, and she's not so much. She wasn't about, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. I mean, it's
so
interesting to see gene expression, how it manifests itself.
gene expression, what's that?
Just how genes between, DNA and how it expresses itself in personalities. Like, it does it in everything, eye color, height, whatever.
Well, the thing is too is some people like they'll say like, oh, you take more after your father, oh, you take more after, your sister, and if your father was like this bully and mean person or
Yeah.
had that, then you were if usually a daughter will be like the same way. They'll follow like they kind of and they say that with, boys and mothers too. So
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, genes make a big difference. My niece and nephew have different fathers, and they are completely different from each other. Um, yeah, it's weird how that works.
I
Yeah.
mean, my younger sister and I, we were completely raised together our whole lives, and just like my the path that I chose in life is completely opposite from what she did, and it wasn't like we were raised any differently. We were raised together,
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah, that happens. I'm not at all like my sister. We're
right,
totally, completely different. And yeah, we were raised by the same parents.
yeah.
So,
That's why
yeah.
I hate when people say like you are how you were raised. Well,
No, that's
maybe
not
to s
accurate.
maybe with, like, manners and how you talk, maybe, but,
Yeah.
like, as far as what you go on to do with your life and everything, that, you know, it
Yeah.
might be different.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, they've done pretty good studies on identical twins that were separated at birth and how they turned out.
Yeah, twins are different, but, like, I I was the go-getter, one of the between my sister and I, I'm like, "I wanna get out of the house, I wanna be independent." Where my younger sister was okay with living at home her whole life, and
Yeah.
doing that, where I was like, I can't, you know, it just wasn't me. So,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. Like there was my sister firstborn, two stillborns, and me.
well, there were, was there still, no, no, I don't think so. Not with my mom. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I have stepsisters, I have half sisters, half brothers. I mean,
Do you keep in touch with them all?
not all of them, not all of them, but I keep in touch with some of them, sure. But most of them, they don't live around here either, so that's another reason why I don't talk to all of them all the time
So the
either.
step, it's from the dad, right, with other women?
Half. My half, yes, they're from my father, yeah.
The half, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, my half sister and brother was from my dad's first marriage.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
think, Stephanie, that's just you and your sister, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. No half, nothing.
Yeah, same here.
Yep.
Well, my father's been married like 5 times, I believe, I wanna say.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Huh.
Would you say
That's
you
a
took after
lot.
your would you
What's
say you
that?
took after your dad or your mom more?
Well, sometimes people they'll say, "Oh, you're acting like your dad sometimes," or, "Don't be a bully." Like, my mother's a very peace-loving person, and sometimes I've caused con you know, I don't say my intention was to ever cause conflict or whatever, but sometimes I say stuff and it'll piss somebody off, or she'll be like, don't be a bully, be nice, don't say that, be polite and your best behavior and this and that, and you know
Yeah.
it is what it is, and then sometimes people oh, you look just like your mother, so I mean, uh, oh, my mother was very peace loving hippie person. She still is. She's very like hippie mentality.
Now, has she been married a lot?
I want to say she was married twice
Oh, okay.
Before the current guy or total?
before. Yeah.
Well, you got him on being married. You've only been married once. Congratulations.
There's
Yeah.
well, there's a lot of most of my family. It wasn't they married one person and that's who they ended up with for the rest of their life. So I mean, it's okay to get divorced. Like people half of people get divorced and it happens.
Oh, yeah. My
And
sister's
people
been
still
married
live.
3 times. I mean,
Yeah. I
so
mean, I don't judge anybody if they get divorced. They're obviously doesn't make them a bad person.
no.
I'm
I,
not.
I went the opposite. I was married once and I just really didn't want to do it again. I didn't
I didn't want
really,
to do it the first time.
yeah. Ours was just on the spur of the moment thing too. Um,
I think what it is you're pressured, whether it's a religious pressure, maybe not religious pressure, some kind of maybe society pressure to get married, and sometimes you know marriages always aren't made to last forever. I mean,
No, I don't look at it as an endurance test. It's a
I think
legal contract.
yeah, I mean, I think if you're that
Hey, James.
unhappy and you're really like it's really depressing you and it's really like you're just that miserable, like get a divorce
No, it's not
then.
that. You want to try something new out.
Not necess- n- not
Right, Steph?
necess- not necessarily, not for everybody. I've
No, but
known
a
people.
lot of it is. You just get bored.
Oh, maybe, but I've known a lot of people where their relationship was just extremely toxic, irreparable. It
Yeah,
it
that's when
needed
the
to
sex
end.
went south.
Right. It just needed to, so that both parties could move on and live, you
Yeah,
know?
lots of people aren't getting married anymore.
no, I
Well,
know.
well, I did bring up that New Hampshire raised the legal age of marriage from 16 to 18, and some people were upset about that. But I said, how many people did you know in high school getting married?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
They're
that
like,
anybody that like makes it out of high school that got married deserves some like a key to the city or something.
I mean, the percentage of people that I know, which isn't everybody, obviously, but so I would say the percentage of people that I've met in life who've told me that they are married to the person that they got married like after high school with, and they're basically middle age or older, is like maybe less than 10% of
Fuck yeah.
people I've met,
Yeah,
like
easy.
easily.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing though, because I don't feel like when you're that young, you're really ready for a lifelong commitment. Because
Well, no.
think about it like this. Are you the same person you were when you were 18?
Unfortunately, no.
Prob Well, I mean,
No, that's what happens. That's what happened to me and my husband. I met him when I was 17.
Lucky bastard.
Yeah,
right.
and then we got married. I was 25.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
If Stephanie was the same person she was at 18, I'd be out there right now, maybe talking to you from her house.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh my God, we'd be
I think
partying up to
sometimes now
sun.
Stephanie would have enjoyed running her fingers through my four hairs and
Oh
just
yeah,
ditching the shag haircut.
yeah, the shag haircut. You bet. Yeah. Oh, God.
I'll let you borrow one of my wigs, Tom. Okay.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, why not? Get a hair transplant.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
It's we talked about that the other night. It's crazy how far they've come with these hair transplants. I mean,
Oh, I
they look
know.
good. I mean, I do think, honestly, males look better with hair than without.
Well, so do females for the most part, unless if you have to have a really good face to pull off no hair as a woman. Like
Yeah,
Right.
you're right. You're exactly right.
you
That's
have to
true.
have
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but I don't like, I've never seen one woman without hair I like. Not a one, zero. No, you're not Block Kelly. If you could, you couldn't post. I haven't seen,
Yeah.
I
But
don't like that bald looking look.
I think
women, can wear wigs, where men, they don't wear wigs.
I
Yeah,
think
right. But I mean, how about this? Here's an example. So you got Michelle and Stephanie. So if you were just to throw a number out there, if you took 100% as the top scale, how much emphasis, percentage wise, would you put on a man's hair?
I put see, you can't ask me that
Yeah, I
because
already know it. It doesn't bother you.
I like baldness. I don't know I don't know what it is, but I know a lot of women don't.
Yeah,
So
no, Stephanie doesn't.
maybe you should, yeah, maybe you shouldn't ask me that question.
No, I
'Cause
already knew that, but it's interesting the difference because Stephanie, like, she may like it now because there's no other choice.
Yeah.
But when she was
Right.
young, she
Well,
like
I do like The Rock though. So I think The Rock is pretty sexy, and he's got a bald head.
I think there's something masculine about I don't know why I think because a lot
Yeah.
of women don't, but I find something like very masculine and appealing to me about I don't know, guys
Yeah, are
who
you
don't
talking about thinning or totally bald?
like totally bald, like,
Now, does Eric shave his head all the way?
no,
Why doesn't he?
I don't know. I
See,
don't
but I'll tell you, man, if you look overall and you crunch the numbers, I think it's a little
yeah,
better than it used to be.
you're right. A lot of women don't have my
You know, a lot of
viewpoint.
women in dating profiles say no bald guys.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like I've met, I've
Oh,
had a couple of my friends tell me like I don't understand why you're dating Baldy or
Simple
like
Life
this and that.
says that she likes bald men. Hair doesn't matter. You were just saying the other day about your thick, long hair on your husband. So which is it? Yeah, high testosterone. Well, if you got castrated before you reached puberty, you'd never go bald. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
My dad, no kidding, my dad had hair like George Hamilton up until the day he died.
My dad had a lot of hair
Yeah,
too.
just like Ronald Reagan hair, dark, thick.
Yep.
He told me when I was a sophomore in high school, he said, by the time you're 25, you're going to be combing your hair with a washcloth. And unfortunately, he was right.
My dad
And I had
has
two uncles that, the best unscientific way is your mother's brothers. And I had two uncles that were just like bald as hell and gay. So it could have been worse.
my uncles had hair. I mean, like towards the end of their, when they got in their 70s, and I mean, it thinned, but they still had hair.
Yeah, I think you look better with, who wouldn't like a nice full thick head of hair?
My apparently, I don't know. I know, I'm sure it is.
I mean, even on women, you see these, like, remember they'd have those Pro commercials where they run their fingers through it and like in slow motion turn left to right, and it just looked like silk.
Yeah.
Some women do
My
have
wife had hair like
really
that,
nice hair. Yeah.
just like this, and it's crazy because it's dead. I don't understand why, if hair is dead already, why it looks so much worse when they're older than when they were 18.
Okay, so here's here's the deal. It's also like hormones and everything, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
with hair, you have to get it cut so often. You have to like really take care
Hey,
of
Tony.
it. Like you have to buy. They have like caviar shampoo that you can use. There's all this. There's tons of products you can use, and I'm sure people who do continue to have like really good hair, they take.
Oh, they do. Yeah. It's just luck. You know,
Yeah.
My mother had tons of hair, like her very thick hair. And I mean, now that she's, 70, it's not as thick anymore, but
no, women's hair thins too.
well,
Yeah.
she still has a ton of it. Like I would pull out one of her strands when I used to do her hair. I would do her hair for her. One of her strands is would be like 10 of mine.
Yeah, real
That's how,
thick, and you have fine hair.
yeah, like mine isn't, I wouldn't consider my hair thick, so.
No, and if you're like, were you naturally a blonde?
Yeah.
Yeah, they tend
But-
to have thinner, finer hair,
But
which
then,
looks great when they're young, but it doesn't bode that well as they get older.
yeah, but it turned like my natural hair color is probably like a light ashy brown. It's not like blonde anymore.
Stephanie, I don't mean to disclose everything right now. Well, we're on
Oh,
chat with a lot
jeez.
of people.
Here we go.
Don't do it, Tom. Don't fucking do
Even
it.
knows. He can't even
I
help
know
himself.
what you're gonna say. We're not going there. I'm in too good of a mood. I don't want to start thinking about that. Okay? Shit. you fucker.
Shit.
Well, my hair's gotten thinner. Now it's mousy brown with gray in it. My hair.
Yeah,
Have
but
you ever-
nobody cares. I mean, look,
Oh
really,
yeah.
does anybody in this world give a fuck about hair other than it affecting your sex life?
Well, Stephanie, I want to know, have you ever tried going like gray? Because you have the blue eyes and everything. You might actually pull it off like one of the models do. There was actually a trend where younger women were dyeing their hair gray.
The innocent sweetness of Michelle.
Michelle's so sweet. Yeah.
I
Really
know.
is.
No, Michelle. I thought about
Michelle, you need
yeah,
some fucking glasses.
I think
doing
people
my
like
hair
it.
gray. I
Oh,
thought,
shut up.
yeah,
Yeah, why not? I mean, you haven't been banged in what 16 years.
right. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Shit.
I mean, that's a hard pill to swallow. Stephanie and I are both there. We both graduated this level. It doesn't matter, and it's not a joke.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll be there.
What?
That's why I say you're still not listening good enough. There's a lot of older women on here that could give you like a lot of. They could make you appreciate your young life better than you do, Michelle.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, one of my grandmothers, she was kind of like the wild child, whatever. And
Yeah, real horror.
she was always getting her hair done, changing her hair color. She still wore
It's
makeup.
hard on a woman's hair.
Even towards the end of, she wore wigs. I mean, like
I
she
never had
always
a
made-
girlfriend with a wig.
you
Thank
would be
God.
you would be surprised at how many women wear wigs and you don't even realize
Oh,
it.
bullshit.
No, I'm
Yeah,
serious.
fuck, I won't.
I'm
You better
serious.
glue that motherfucker.
I'm serious. You
Well,
see,
they have all these,
Tom,
what do they call them? These strips that you can put in your hair to make
Right.
your hair look big. And
extensions.
yeah, they got
And, like,
so much.
I worked with women who you're probably talking about, like, oh, they have this beautiful like hair, this and that. Guess what? Most of those women, because I worked with them, it's probably like what Stephanie was saying. They were extensions that they made
Extensions,
like
yeah.
natural. So Tom's over here thinking that like he
bullshit.
knows. that,
I'll tell you
like-
this right now. There is no fucking way, even at this age, I'm not going to be able to tell right away if
Yeah.
it's a hair or a wig.
I can't even. Sometimes I
It's
can't
because
even
you don't
tell
have a
right away.
dick.
No, but I look at hair, like I look at like
No, I can
features like
spot it a
that.
mile away, and I'm not knocking it. I'll tell you another thing I'm an expert at: fake breasts. No, you can just tell the way they're in a bra and on the top and the sides, and I'm not. It's not 100%, but it's pretty damn good. Which I'm not knocking, but I'm telling you, you can. There's a big noticeable difference. Like if you got a hunting dog out there in the field, he's pointing out pheasants and shit. He just doesn't one day start pointing out rocks and shit. He knows the difference. Me too. It's like, to me, obvious. No woman like in 40 years old has tits like that.
Yeah.
I think it's too obvious.
I've always enjoyed mine because they weren't big, so that's all that really matters. I don't care.
Stephanie, you got anything to say about that?
No,
Okay.
nothing.
My because too many women that I've known who were well endowed, they ended up having to get breast reductions and
Oh,
everything
bullshit.
else.
What a crime. What a shame. I don't know of one girl, not one,
They looked
zero,
better.
that
They
had big
actually
tits that got breast reductions. That's a
they
fucking rumor.
looked no, it's not a rumor. I
No, how come
personally
people when's the last time you drove by a billboard that says, "Would you like to make your breasts smaller?" It's always bigger. Same with penis enhancement. It's always
no,
bigger. It's never
this
smaller.
yes it is. So like these women, they actually their whole they looked better. You know, I'm not saying they got totally rid of them all, but like some women who
Yeah, no, if
have
you have just big old uh saggy, like let's say like just like, tits, of
but
course,
that
this are genetic.
but
You
that's
can it's like a nose or eyes or big biceps, and how the bicep inserts on that side of the arm, and development, bodybuilders, it's genetics. So you just can't be young and have a good body. Sometimes you have to be young and have exceptional genetics. You see young women that have kind of like old lady bodies, and older women that just have freak genetics that look pretty damn good even as they get into their later years. Never dieted, never went to a health club, flat stomach, had a couple kids, can't tell, look good in clothes. It happens.
Right.
But there are women out there, when they say, well, they got reduction. Now, a guy's mind thinking, you're thinking of this perfect set of 36 double Ds that barely jiggle.
oh yeah, we're
You
thinking
could put a
about that,
pencil
Sasha.
between the middle of them and it wouldn't fall out. Just like Mount Rushmore eligible tits. But the women that you're talking about that are getting breast reduction, there's these big old saggy, sloppy, fucking soft tits
Here's
that
the
you could
deal.
squeeze like silly putty.
Here's
That's
the
the
Oh God.
here's the deal with breasts though too. Breasts are mostly fatty tissue.
Yeah, but it's how it's constructed. Because are you denying there's a difference between saggy boobs and firm?
I'm not denying any of it.
No, it
No,
is
I'm not
fat, but
denying
it's
any of
how
it.
you're right. It is
But
fat, but it's how
eventually
it's.
gravity is going to you're not going to
Yeah,
live
we'll cross that bridge
50
when we
years
come to it.
yeah, you're not going to live 50 years old with double D's, maybe when you're younger, but eventually they're not going to be up there. Like, I don't know, like, that's
No,
just
they're
not
not.
how
But
it
it's
works.
funny because uh, there are some breasts that are like big. There's a lot of variations on breasts. You can have big, saggy boobs that look like, God, these things are gross, like on like fat women. Or you can have big, saggy breasts that look pretty damn good, even though they're not firm. So there's a wide variety of what they look like. If you ever look at fat women, I've had fat women brag about how big their tits are. Yeah, they're like, they're 4 feet long and an inch thick when they take their bra off. That's not what most guys are looking for. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between like the people getting them reduced, like that kind of breast, and the ones with the perfect. I guarantee you, nobody with a perfect set of 36 double Ds is getting them reduced. I don't give a fuck how much their back hurts.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
I think like to each their own, if something about your body for whatever reason is really bothering you, um, doing whatever you got to do, I don't see anything wrong with. Um, adjusting anything.
Well, making them smaller.
Yeah, if it's
Yeah, I think, but I'm just. Here's the point: is that the women getting the big tits whittled down aren't the breasts that most men and women dream of. Nobody's going in there with a great looking pair of 36 double Ds and asking them to make an A cup. Nobody.
No. Oh, probably. Oh, yeah. I'm sure they're not.
Or B
Not
cup.
that small.
No, they're proud of these fucking things. I mean, just the notion that you're born with this fantastic, great set of big tits. It's like winning a scratch off for $500,000. It's just a genetic anomaly, but it happens. The women that I've known that talks about this breast reduction, I mean, it's like pouring their bra full of Jell-O every morning. They're not attractive big boobs. Big difference.
Yeah, no. If they're big and hanging, and yeah, those are the women getting it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like great. Nobody's going in there with 36 double Ds that they've been commenting on by everybody that saw them their whole life and saying, you know what? I'd like B cups.
Yeah.
These big stretched out 4 foot long tits that you got to pour into a bra like Jell-O every morning. You could wrap them around your neck and strangle yourself. It's not nice. It's not nice tits.
Yeah, that'd be terrible to have that.
No, but they're out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, when you hear, women are famous for this. Oh, yeah, you got her breasts reduced. And sure enough, you get a look at them. It's like, yeah, this makes sense.
Right.
There used to be an old big-breasted magazine out called Gent. It was just the biggest, most fantastic big tits of the world. Could we have a moment of silence? It's no longer published.
What? What?
Could we have a moment of silence that is no longer published?
Oh, God.
Let me give you an example. I'll tell you, Dorian Kinsey, who makes books on everything. They're excellent. I don't give a fuck what it's about. Birds, philosophy. They have one on breasts, which, of course, I bought. And it is excellent. Hardcover. It shows like every variation of breasts in the world. And I wish I just had it here to show it to you. Because there's just such an unbelievable variation that I think I could like give you good examples. It's like anything else.
I don't care about any examples of some boobs.
I've met men who are like Tom, who are like, oh, I love big boobs, this and that. And I've also met men who weren't attracted to that either. And they
weren't attracted to big boobs?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they were gay.
Well, they weren't gay, but they were heterosexual.
No, but you're saying that you ran into men.
Yeah.
That were not attracted, that they weren't attracted to big boobs, or they didn't mind small ones. Big difference here.
So this is what would come up in conversation because I used to work with men a lot. They would say everyone had different opinions. Like some were like Tom, like the bigger, the better. Again,
most were like Tom.
When's
the last time you saw a nudie magazine? Do you think with A cups?
Not everybody, not every man.
No, not every man. That's true. But why aren't there nudie magazines before the internet with A cups?
I'm not saying that the guys were like, yeah, I want a girl with no boobs, but I'm saying like a lot of men like a modest, like they don't want like you're talking double D's, this and it's fine. If that's what you're attracted to, that's what you're attracted to. That's your pride.
How about this? Would you say in general more men are attracted to big boobs or small?
I wouldn't know.
No, fuck you don't.
I wouldn't know.
Yes, you do.
Like I said, Tom, like a lot of guys don't want really big boobs on a woman.
I'd say some guys.
I'm not saying that they want no boobs on a woman, but I'm saying.
Well, do you think A cup is no boobs?
Yeah, I think it's pretty small. Yeah.
Okay. Or how about B?
I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, like I don't know exactly what every cup size looks like. I'm not like the queen of like knowing.
No, but you've bought enough bras at 40 to know what they. I mean, what do you think fits in there?
I mean, to each
I mean, I
their.
see them. I see them on the rack when I walk through like Walmart's, and I think, holy fucking Christ, they got like 12 hooks in the back.
Oh, the big bras.
Yeah, it's like now what you're looking for as a male is you're looking for 34 or 36 double D. You don't want 42 or 42, 44B. I know what that looks like. I mean, I could go through the bra section, and I'm a straight guy. I can give you a pretty good description of what these women probably look like just by going through bras. I mean, this is not, you don't have to predict in the next eclipse. This is just common sense. I'm just saying that in general.
To each their own. And I mean, I don't know every man and this and that, but.
No, look at Chris said he'd like to meet a 12 hook bra owner. So would I. When I get the opportunity and I happen to be walking through a Walmart or something, and I see the clerk like stacking those monsters. I mean, you could put a fucking watermelon in it, but they're always too big. The inches is too big, 42, 46, 52. Yeah, no thanks. I'm looking for the girl that's getting 32, 34, or 36 double Ds. There it stops. You start getting around 38 and 40, you're getting into like 220, 260.
Oh, God.
No, but I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with like small breasted women. But if you think there's as more guys or as many or even close to as many guys that like small breasts compared to guys that like big breasts.
I don't know. We'll have to get a guy on the panel. Doesn't
Let's get it done. We have one. Chris already said he'd like to see an owner of a 12 hook bra. Yeah, there's a straight, right out of the male brain answer. Yeah, inches are the difference. Are there any other guys on here? Jeff? Yeah, Jeff's fine with the C. C. He didn't say B, and he didn't say A. There's number 2. Yeah, no, but there's just nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with this. It's
the average bra size.
I don't know why it's like evolved to this, but I think it's just part of being.
I think like for women, like the average. Let me run a statistic really quick before I say something.
Please do.
Based on, hold on, I'm gonna run a.
Yeah, Google what's the average in America.
And I'll tell you this too. Women lie their ass off about their boob sizes.
They do?
Fuck yeah, they do. Absolutely right. A lot. So it must mean something to them too. I mean, you're exaggerating the wrong way.
Right. Well, I'm glad I don't have to worry about what men like anymore.
No, in a way, it's kind of a relief.
It is a relief, Tom.
No, and Callie says 30. Yeah, but 34 is good. It's the cup size is where the rubber meets the road, not the circumference. It's the.
You're right. That's just your width. But no, I'm glad I don't have to worry.
At 34C, now we're fucking talking. That's good. A B plus? Is there? Yeah. See, Leah's stretching it the other way. I mean, is there such a thing as a B plus?
Oh yeah, they have plus. Yeah.
Well, that's good. Well, you're heading to C, Leah. That's good news. Callie, 34C. Now we're talking. That's good. But you can be double D and have only 34. Yeah, you can. They're not that. That's like. Yeah, they're around, but I mean, that's where the old cone really starts to narrow. They're more like genetic freaks than they are average. Yeah. Jeff's got a good point. Get measured. You might think you were a B plus and you were really a C.
Michelle was.
Oh, now we're talking, Red Raider.
Michelle, what's taking you so long?
I'm coming up with I'm coming up with conflicting articles here. So I just want to
Well, just Google what the average size is.
I did, but like a lot of different things came up. So there was one article I just saw that said it was 34B, and then another article
I
said it
believe
was
that the average, I'd say 34B, unfortunately.
well, and that, but Tom, I just read another article where, you're going to probably agree with me here. It said that the average bra size of American women is 34 double D.
Oh,
I don't
bullshit.
believe that.
Yeah,
I don't
throw
believe
that. That's fucking
it.
nonsense.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't think that either, but
Unfortunately, it's not true.
I
mean,
oh, God.
no, but it's fun to talk about this because you don't have an avenue to like run the truth through very often.
Right.
You know?
well, it said,
Yeah.
I know in America, the average size of a woman was a size 12 for the longest. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with those sizes.
Yeah, because men's sizes are different. I think men's it was like 34.
No,
I
now
want to
here's another
say.
thing too. If you look at the women that are smaller breasted, they have like flatter stomachs, nicer asses, not enough cellulite in the back of their thighs. So there are advantages to having less fat content. I mean, it makes sense. You have other attributes like you're just slim. You're slim.
You're slim.
You hear me, Steph?
Can you hear me, Steph? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my stupid phone.
I was just saying women with
smaller breasts
have
other
stomach,
really. Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me echoing?
Yeah, it's me, Tom. I'll leave and come back. My phone. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. The bra isn't the ticket. Take that off and see what it looks like. If they fall to the knees, run. No, that happens. It's like they're really, it's genetics. You know what I mean? I don't know why. Why would her, if she didn't have YouTube open, why would that echo like that?
I don't know.
It's weird. No, but you have like, if you have less fat, which is good, and it's true. The women with the bigger boobs have more, like cellulite in their ass and maybe a little pudgy stomach, and I mean, you can't have like something's got to give someplace, and usually the bigger boobs end up with bigger asses, bigger stomachs.
Well, there's also different body types for women too.
Right, there are.
So, I mean, everything takes into consideration. But I mean, they say that like why men are attracted to like hourglass figures is because they have um it looks like they have bigger hips to have children.
Well, that is why they have bigger hips. I don't like hourglass that much. Excuse me. I think hourglass isn't that like Marilyn Monroe, kind of a big ass?
It's like
Not too big of boobs. I didn't think her body was that good.
it's like your the your bust and your hips are the same size, but you have a small waist. But a significantly small waist.
I like that. They've done studies on that, and and I've noticed this before. You know how I caught myself knowing this? Is watching cheerleaders, like in football games, college football games. And I think, my God, does she look good? And as it turns out, and they've done this study a million times, there's an angle between the woman's last rib and the smallest circumference of her waist that is super attractive to males. And I got thinking about that, and I went back and I paid attention, going forward, and it's true.
Well, I
from
mean,
their last rib and the smallest circumference of the waist. And it's like, my God, it just looks like you could put both your hands and like touch your fingers around your waist.
if we're like talking like just, biologically and like how the brain works, that's what I'm saying. Like men find that kind of body more attractive because of in the back of their mind for kids, for childbirthing. Not that that's what the forefront of your not necessarily, but that's why men are attracted to that.
You think so?
Hmm.
I mean, the only thing I don't like about it is their ass looks so big when they're bent over. Because it's not like a guy's body. It's like women's ass looks so big when they're on their hands and knees because their waist is so small.
Right, with the with like hourglass or maybe like a
Yeah,
pear shape. If someone's
yeah,
a pear shape.
yeah. It's just even like they'll look like you'll see them standing up, and it's like, wow, man, they have a great body. But even like beautiful girls, like when they get on their hands and knees, their ass just looks huge. But it's just like an illusion because your brain fills in a lot of information when you see something, and they've got that 18-inch waist, and that even though they have 34-inch hips and look good standing up, it looks just like a big ass, but it's not.
But what's was always surprising to me was how many women, um, a lot of women don't have the hourglass, but
No, they
like
don't.
hourglass.
I don't really. I mean, I'm
So,
not really 100% sure what hourglass looks like.
okay, so
I
this is
thought
what it is.
Marilyn Monroe was hourglass.
So you have this is a pretty basic. Your okay, the circumference between your hips and your bust compared to your waist has to be 10 inches. That's a lot for you to be considered an hourglass figure.
Oh, okay.
So that's 10 inches.
What are these girls, these high diving girls and these volleyball girls in college? What's the kind of bodies that? Because whatever it is, they look like absolutely perfect. And so do the
I
track girls. And
well
I'm
they
not into black girls, but these black girl college runners, their fucking bodies are perfect.
well that
Fucking
might that
ripped
might
abs, man. Not an
that
ounce
well
of fat on them.
that's from exercising
No,
and just
whatever
taking
it's
care
from,
of
but they
yourself.
look fucking good. Even that lesbian-looking girl that twisted Holly Holmes' head off a couple of UFCs ago. What a fucking body, man. God damn. I mean, just an
Well,
athlete and an ass kicker. Now, Mary made a comment in a chat before that she thought Holly Holmes' body was like good. It's okay, but it's no fucking body like that fucking Olympic gold medal winner's body. That's a fucking body, man. Now, there's a body that I could just, sometimes you see something so good that you're just willing to not give a shit about the rest. And in a body that good, I think I'd forget all about tits. Their bodies are
mm,
like unfucking believable. Especially these college girl track runners and these high dive girls. These platform divers, they have perfect bodies. And they just seem so humble and beautiful and feminine. They're not talking a bunch of shit. Like this Caitlin Clark, who is I've followed sports my whole life. And from a physiological, scientific way too. Like what makes these people so good? And this Caitlin Clark, who to me looks like a lesbian, I don't find her one bit attractive. But man, as far as a basketball player, she is a fucking absolute beast. I mean, that comes along once every 100 years.
Oh yeah, some of the women athletes, they
My
are
God,
really
she is.
good.
And I thought, and I was wrong on this. There's a lot of black guys around here, great athletes, all played in college. There's two fuckers that live. I see all the time. One's 7 feet, one's 6'11". These are big motherfuckers. They're big gentlemen.
Wow.
Yeah, one played overseas for a while, but they're great athletes. And they said, "What do you think about Caitlin Clark?" I said, "I don't think she's going to do shit. She is slow. I can't quite figure this out."
Uh-huh.
Sure enough, these black, she had her first NBA game or women WNBA. These big athletic black chicks, man, are just guarding her. and she is
Uh-huh.
torching their fucking ass left and right. Kind of like
Really?
oh fuck yeah, always about a half inch away from getting blocked. But that's the difference between her being a freak, once every 100-year athlete, and not. Her brain sets these people up. She gets them to stutter just a bit. It's time to
Right.
shoot. She's an absolute monster on the court. Her passing is superb. Her shooting is unfucking believable. She
Wow.
shoots farther away than most guys. Watch her
Yeah.
highlight videos on YouTube. Caitlin Clark. But I think to me, she's like super unattractive, which doesn't mean a fucking thing.
Right.
She's got a
Right.
boyfriend, but she just these real good female athletes, a lot of them just seem like, like Brooke Shieldish. Dark
Oh,
skull, big brow. I can't, like not feminine totally. I was
right.
shocked when she had a boyfriend. I mean, she looks
Mhm.
so much of a dyke.
Right. Well, that's the stigma too that they put on women athletes also.
Yeah.
I mean, a woman athlete is not going to have long nails. She's not going to have, a lot of feminine traits.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean, she's a lesbian. You know what I mean, Tom? So,
Jeff brings up, I think he said he wouldn't want a bodybuilder female. There used to be a really good topless bar in where I lived in Michigan. And I used to go up there. It was called BT's, been around forever. It's still there. And they would have the most cutest girls, all of them. There wasn't really super attractive girls. Like your high school prom queen type stuff. It was like the best topless bar ever. I've never been to a place that great. And one night, all of a sudden they had a bodybuilder girl there. I mean, fucking jacked, man. And I talked to her a little bit. Super nice, sweetheart, man. And these motherfucking guys, they were waiting in line to get lap dances from the bodybuilder girl. And that just struck me as so odd. Because I thought she was cool to talk to, but it wouldn't interest me at all in that way. And
right.
Here guys are in a fantastic topless bar, beautiful women everywhere. And the longest line was for the muscular girl, which I found interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they were born too early before this trans shit came out.
Yeah, maybe.
But whatever it was, they were attracted to this woman. There was a line for her. And like I said the other night in the chat, I went to that fitness thing and the bodybuilding thing in Orlando. 20 like world-class bodybuilders. They had one Mr. Olympia, but they placed like 4th and 3rd and shit like that, and pictures with Arnold all over. I mean, these were the real deal. These fuckers didn't even look real. They looked like plastic G.I. Joes. They say, these guys' muscles are too big. Women don't like them. Fuck. I was there, man. It's fucking good-looking women, 300 yards deep waiting to get their autograph. With a picture, Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like, like women, like men with, arms or whatever else, it is what it is.
Do you think you could ever be attracted to a male bodybuilder? How about this? Do you think Arnold Schwarzenegger was good looking when he was young?
I think it was a little too much.
How about you, Steph?
Well, I'm sitting back thinking about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I like big arms and shoulders, but I guess if a bodybuilder would have asked me out, I would have gone, sure.
I'll tell you who I ran into a lot. Actually, I dated his.
There's something attractive about that because you feel more like protected and like that they're manly enough.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Kind of feeling, I guess.
Yeah.
I dated a girl for a while in Chicago who went to high school with Jose Canseco. You know who that is?
Mm-hmm.
No.
famous baseball
Baseball.
player. And
Oh, okay.
when he would come into town, and when he came out with that book about steroids, he had her down to the book signing thing to like, organize it kind. And she said, "Hey, I want to come down, meet Jose Canseco." I did. I met him probably 2 times after that, through her. And I can remember thinking, man, god damn, man, to look like this was one good looking son of a bitch, man. And any guys that I said that to, agreed. I mean, if you're a guy and you like cute girls, you would think, man, I'd like to be that fucker only for about a week. I thought he was like a male model kind of, plus a pro baseball guy, big fucking dark skinned Cuban fucker born in the Florida. And I thought, man, I can't imagine the goddamn girls that this guy gets.
But the thing is with bodybuilders, because I knew a couple, they're very disciplined in eating.
Fucking A, man.
Their diet is just weird. Like nothing normal about their diet, and then they're constantly working out. It's like a total different lifestyle than most
Oh,
people.
yeah, it sucks, man. But I mean, I thought that son of a bitch. I'll tell you another good-looking motherfucker, man, who I'd like to be. I'd like to be him for just a day. Look him up. I'd like to be him for just one day. Look up Sam Hartman. Hartman. He was the quarterback for Notre Dame last year. I'd like to be that motherfucker for just one day anywhere.
Really?
Oh my God. You're talking, I'm not attracted to the guy, but I mean, you'd have to have there'd have to be something wrong with this guy. Is like a perfect male specimen. He's got like the greatest hair. Now you talk about hair, and hair
Right.
doesn't matter. Look up Sam Hartman from Notre Dame last year and tell me what you think.
Oh God. Okay.
I mean, this motherfucker must have had, and especially the extra emphasis is like he's going to this Catholic school. I bet this fucker had to have a security guard to keep from having women attack his head. And even through the draft, he didn't even get fucking drafted, I don't think. But even the constant guy comments, he's going to make it because of his looks. Yeah, right he is.
Oh yeah.
But you look at the head of hair on that.
Oh, what a good-looking guy.
Yeah, and a super cool guy on top of it.
Yeah, he looks like it.
Yeah, here he is. He's quarterback at Wake Forest. Then he's the quarterback at Notre Dame. He's just like a witty, nice. I mean, do you think, Stephanie, he has any problem getting dates?
No, 24 years old. Oh no, he's real cute.
Yeah, he's good looking.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen guys comment on another guy, but you see sportscasters say, man,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just you'll see during professional interviews, like with ESPN and shit, they say there's rumors that your hair is fake. Well, whose hair is fake at 24 in college?
Oh yeah.
And he jokes and he says, well, go ahead, grab it if you want. And he bends down a little bit and they pull his hair and they think this is unfucking. But he is a good looking fucker, isn't he, Stephanie?
Oh yeah, he's real good looking.
Yeah, he is. Look him up, Michelle. Sam Hartman.
Yeah, he's real good looking.
Oh, I'd like to be that fucker for.
Yeah, I'd like to be him.
One day. Oh my God, man.
I know.
Yeah. He's a super cool guy, real humble guy. He's stuck on himself.
Nice.
But you just want, some people that just, he's a good athlete, good looking, just think Tom Brady. I don't think Tom Brady's that good looking. He's okay.
Well,
but he's not in that Sam Hartman league.
No. And Tom Brady, I think, was better looking when he was younger, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But I don't think, but if anybody, if you're into good looking women and you're a young guy and you're on a college campus, who in the fuck wanted to be? If you said you want to win the Powerball or be Sam Hartman for a couple years in college, I have to think about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even have to think about that.
No, yeah, and he's a really
Yeah.
cool guy.
Yeah.
Did you look him up, Michelle? She's probably looking him up now. She's probably masturbating.
I did. He is attractive.
Now you said you didn't mind bald guys. How about compared to him?
You're like sitting here and like he's like he has that rugged
Spit it
like
out,
beard thing.
Michelle.
He has that like rugged kind of look, like with
Yes.
the beard thing going on, like kind of
Yeah.
like
Yeah, and the long hair.
yeah.
Yeah.
He has a good look to him.
Oh, I mean, this fucking guy could model no problem.
I was just thinking that he could, if football doesn't work out, he could be a model.
Oh
Easily.
yeah. Oh, for sure.
Big time.
But you know,
Yeah.
even that, I'll tell you, looks fucking matter. Even if like it could get you in between when you don't quite. I'll give you a guy who's rich, who wasn't worth. He was a fantastic college football player, but didn't do shit in the pros. But he's another one of these. There's still a lot of women out there that are still attracted to jocks.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
And another
definitely.
guy that could get all the pussy in the world is that Tim Tebow.
Oh, TiVo. I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And this guy even puts the cherry on the top by he carries around a Bible. He's got to be fucking 3 times the girls because of that.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
going to church. Holy shit, man. I bet this guy's only worry in life is running out of sperm.
Yeah.
Tom,
Oh,
so
God.
I mean, talking about him, I mean, I'm sure there's some downside to this, but I don't know what in the fuck it would be.
I don't know what it would be either, Tom.
Jesus
I don't.
Christ,
I
man. I mean, you can imagine like, being a married guy and you're going to work and he shows up as the handyman. It's like, fuck
Oh,
you.
yeah. No, he shows up as the pool boy.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'll clean the pool. It's like, you don't know how to clean pools. It's like, I will now. I'll go to Barnes. and
Yeah,
Noble and buy a
yeah. Oh, honey, that's just the pool boy. You go to work.
pool. That's exactly right. Goddamn right. I mentioned this a lot of times on chance. I had a buddy of mine. Now he made all gay movies, but as I've said before, most guys in gay movies are straight. That's where the money's at. They take Viagra. They don't give a fuck. But look up Zeb Atlas. Look up Zeb Atlas. ZEBATLIS. He worked out at a weightlifting club. A buddy of mine did in Las Vegas. All he made was gay porn. And my buddy said that he worked out there too, and that he had the most gorgeous 18, 19, 20-year-old girls around him all the time, playing grab ass, giggling. You know why? Because he wasn't gay. He just did gay porn for a living. But Stephanie, look at Zeb Atlas. Look him up. ZEBATLAS.
Okay.
He said he was a total fucking jack-off prick, egomaniac. He's running a vegetarian restaurant now in Las Vegas. But look up Zeb Atlas.
Okay. Zeb Atlas.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
You think he's good looking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit,
Fuck, yeah. And made a
He's
living making gay
53
porn.
years old.
Yeah. He's still
Yeah,
looks
he's
53. He's running a, like I said, a vegetarian restaurant in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he's still. I mean, if that picture of him is 53, he looks pretty damn good.
But if you click on images, look at pictures of him when he was younger. I
Yeah.
mean, this motherfucker looks like he could have been like, James Bond.
Oh, in the movies.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And made his living making gay porn. But
Huh.
it's obvious he wasn't gay. And that's not uncommon. Speaking of
Right.
gay, I look up sometimes I watch interviews because it's such a and I can't really tell you why. Such a sad ending to porno movie stars' lives. It just is. I can give you a million examples. But there was a guy in porn for a long time that did quite a bit of gay porn, then went to straight porn. And I watched an interview with him on YouTube the other day, and I was just shocked what a bright, articulate guy is. Peter North. He did male modeling for a long time too. And it's funny because when he does interviews now, different places, he doesn't want to talk about the gay porn. Weird.
Oh,
Look up Zeb. Are you looking up, Michelle? Look up Zeb Atlas, Atlas.
Okay, I sorry. I was just out. I was just watching this Bloomberg about how Starbucks needs a new plan to boost sales.
Put in Google, look up Zeb Atlas.
Okay, hold on.
I just want your opinion. Zeb, Zeb,
Okay.
Atlas. Yeah, but Stephanie, you would agree who's a good-looking guy?
yeah. The quarterback is cuter though.
Yeah.
But I mean, no, they're both good looking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't, if they told you they were male models, you'd believe them.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Right.
absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, it's but that stuff matters. Like I said, I had a buddy in Chicago that modeled full time, and it's unbelievable the women that were coming out of this guy. I mean, it was 10 times worse than what I experienced with men hitting on women.
Oh, yeah. I mean, good looking guys, you bet. Women, are just like men. They want to hit on good looking guys.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he did compete in bodybuilding tournaments, but I mean, when you get up to that, like top 10, that's a whole nother deal. That's the difference between, Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo, a guy that just a fucking freak that sets every record in the world, and a guy that sits the bench. And Zeb Atlas won bodybuilding contest, but nothing upper echelon. I mean, if you saw him and he said he was a bodybuilder, you would believe it. But when it came to like winning bodybuilding contests, bullshit. Yeah. You see him, Michelle?
Yeah, I mean,
You still like the bald guy?
I think it's too.
You'd rather have a little bit of a pot gut and balding hair?
Maybe it's the pictures I saw of this guy, but
Just put Zeb Atlas in the search bar, then click on images.
all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, I knew women like good-looking guys,
Of course.
but not like, I didn't think it would be like men like women. I always thought it was different until I like crossed paths with some of these fuckers.
Yeah.
I mean, if you went to a Sadie Hawkins dance with this motherfucker, you better bring a book to read.
Yeah. Oh, God. You better get used to women looking at them, too.
Oh, yeah, exactly right.
Can't
Some
have
of these
no.
guys they claim are like really good looking. And like this David Beckham, this soccer player, I don't think he's shit.
Oh, David Beckham.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but I don't think he's male model material.
No, he's cute, though. He's cute. Yeah.
Oh, you think he is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I think like with men, like what makes them attractive is like the shape of their face, if that makes sense. Like they have like more of a like a boxier face. I don't know if that's
Yeah, I think guys always have a get out of jail free card. You can actually make women be attracted to your personality, and the looks thing will just kind of
yeah.
fade away. Where with guys, I don't think it quite works that way. I mean, I'm sure there are examples
maybe.
where it does, but I don't think it's in the same percentages.
I think it's yeah. I think with me, it's more personality, anyways. I don't think it's
Yeah, but
like
see,
I mean,
that's the odd
like I'm not
twist
saying
of like the female mind. You know, it's the old adage: it's not what you look like, it's what you whisper in their ear. And there's an element of truth to that. Now, I think Stephanie really wouldn't fit that category. When Stephanie was in her, sexually active younger years, she could have looks took fucking first place every time.
Well, the one thing is, yeah, the looks. I mean, that's what attracts you to begin with. So, you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess it sounds shallow, but
No, but I think if you took two women, two examples, like you and Michelle, and you took 100 guys that I introduced both of you to each, that if you looked at them all after 6 months, that Stephanie would have went for the way more aesthetically pleasing, good-looking guys, where Michelle would have cut more guys slack based on their personality.
yeah, that's definitely true. That's what
Which there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just interesting how women think. I mean, when you've got women going on dating sites and putting in big bold letters, no bald men, they don't even want to fucking give your personality
they're missing it.
shot,
They're yeah, like
which is their prerogative. I get that,
right.
but it's just, it's all over the map on what people like.
I also find that when I did date very attractive men, that uh, I don't want a man who is more about his looks than I am. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like
But I mean, I've known some good-looking guys, and to tell you the truth, none of them were like that.
some
These
of
were
them,
just regular old guys that were fucking good-looking. They really didn't.
well,
They
maybe the
didn't
ones that
think
I dated,
fucking.
I was like,
They didn't
really?
think anything about it. You know. But I know other guys. There was a guy from my little town where I grew up that modeled. I remember my mom always talking about him. I remember even being young thinking, this is like weird talk from your mom. And then, later in life, I figured shit out and went back and looked at old pictures. And he did. He looked like one of these fuckers you'd see, like a Richard Gere fucker.
yeah.
He was. They show up one every, 3 million people, and they can come anywhere. Little dinky towns like Johnny Depp, people like that.
Right.
And this guy just came from my town. I don't think he ever made anything of it, but he made pretty damn good money when everybody else was working at the fucking car wash and cleaning out chicken coops. This motherfucker was getting, $500 a day for 2 hours worth of pictures.
Well, Tom, I mean, you know how we talked about personality makes a difference to some women. Well, what do you think about money?
Oh, fucking huge.
You could
And you know what?
probably
It's a two-step process, though, because men I don't think I'm like this. I really don't. I'd tell you if I did, but I know rich guys' egos, and there's a real open spot for them because they are so narcissistic and they have so much money that their dumb fucking ass actually thinks these young girls love them.
really like
They really fucking do, man. You could
normally.
put them on a goddamn lie detector test and they'd pass it. They are so caught up in themselves. And, men have this fucking aberration of thinking that they have such massive egos that they maybe don't think they're very good looking, but they're just happy that their ship came in and there's finally a woman that appreciates their intellect. And that's trumped what they've looked like. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen ever, but it's pretty damn unlikely. Then you got the obvious example of like what happened to Mel Gibson and that gold digger he got hooked up with. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you see an old, overweight guy that was never good looking billionaire. I mean, I don't find her attractive at all, but Jeff
There-
Bezos' new girlfriend.
There's
Now that's Tony Gonzalez's ex-girlfriend, who was another good-looking fucking guy, wide
Yeah.
receiver, tight end in the NFL, Mexican, half white, half Mexican, just a big, good-looking, nice guy. And now she's going with fucking Jeff Bezos. He looks like a fucking troll. But I will tell you this. I've watched a lot of interviews and this stuff interests me. And if you watch and listen to a Jeff Bezos interview, he's a smart motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not talking about like cocky fucking smart. To me, Bill Gates is like, I don't think his money could ever outrun being such a geek.
Yeah.
But Jeff Bezos, I kind of can. He's a very like cool guy, just doesn't seem to be an egomaniac. What I really gave a lot of respect from him, and he said in an interview the other day that, and this guy is just like off the chart smart. He thought he was going to be an astrophysicist or something like that. He went to Princeton and he said that, you know, he got in these classes with these fucking Jews and thought, no fucking way can I compete with these motherfuckers academically. So he switched majors, but this is a very innovative genius that looks at long-term solutions. And Jeff Bezos says he thinks in 40 years, Amazon's going to be out of business. Why? Because he's not a fucking egomaniac and he's brilliant. And if you look at the historical track record of, you know, companies, look at Kmart, Ford, GM, nothing lasts forever.
Yeah.
But it'd be hard to tell most egomaniacs that the richest man in the world up until 2 years ago, that you're going to be out of business. And he said it himself. He seems like a really cool guy, but I just can't help but wonder when you look at his new girlfriend compared to who she used to be with. No, it just doesn't jive. Hey, Lucid.
It did seem like a drastic change from his first. Usually,
But I'm telling you, I've met two women like this in my life. I think she's one of those gifted women that she could have a fucking dick. And these I've met them twice. And they both women that I knew married professional athletes. It's like geisha girls. It's not sexual. It's the way they make you feel. And when you're around narcissistic, successful, rich males, that's better than sex. You're just like on cloud fucking nine all day long.
So now we're going back to personality
Yeah,
too. That's what I'm saying.
it can
I'm not saying
happen,
looks
but
don't
it's an anomaly. I just don't think it happens as much as just going for the young, tight, great, super attractive body and riding that fucking wave till it dies out. No, he's not Jewish. He's not. Nope. But Bill Gates, I mean, you know, bright guy. But man, he just strikes. I can't really see any woman being attracted to him. And sure enough, he basically stalked a lady that worked for Microsoft into marrying him, and even she couldn't stand it any longer. Which the same can be said for Jeff Bezos' wife. I mean, I kind of felt bad for her. I mean, they broke up, and he's dating this fucking he-she looking girl, and she married a school teacher, and that didn't last very long. And I'm sure she thought she found true love for a while, but she seems like a stand-up, good person.
So there's literally people out there, men and women, I met both of them, who literally hunt for people with money.
Yeah,
go to country clubs.
Actually,
you know, hang out.
the NFL and the NBA have 2-week seminars on this, warning young new athletes.
I'm serious. There are women out there, men and women, not just women, mostly women, but not all, who literally like stalk certain people that they know that they have like where they hang out at, you know, these country clubs, you know, just waiting to, you know, grab somebody with money.
Fucking A, right. But here's the deal. I had an old Jewish lady tell me when I was young, there's an argument for that you'll never find a more honest relationship in your life. He wants that young pussy, and she wants that money. How much clear cut can it get? He's got a trophy wife. She's blowing him whenever he wants. He's fucking around in his Maserati, and she's charging $10,000 a day at boutiques. And there is an argument for that's as honest as a relationship will ever get. And I kind of agree. I'm like that.
Well, two adults. I mean, yeah, so what?
Yeah, I mean, if I was a billionaire, I mean, I would strike that deal with somebody if I got to just go around. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a sad example. Look this up. This is an interesting story. Lisa Bonder, who is from Saline, Michigan, just super gorgeous. Tennis pro, got involved with Kirk Kerkorian, who was a billionaire, and it ruined her fucking life. She ended up getting pregnant by her tennis instructor, you know, Chippendale looking motherfucker. And Kirk Kerkorian got mad, and it was just a whole, you know, typical bullshit that happens like this. But it's an excellent story of what happens selling yourself out.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, there's
Lisa Bonder thought this over, and Kirk Kerkorian was 82, having this gorgeous, beautiful woman sit on his face 3 times a week. And she was guaranteed she'd never have to work again. So did the guy that got involved with Anna Nicole Smith. If I
Right.
was a billionaire, I'd be doing the same fucking thing.
there's
I wouldn't care
nothing
if they love me or not.
there's nothing wrong with like if with these men and women who go after their partners for money, but there's some of them it's just that's all it really is. So I guess it's like what your intention, what you want in life, and everything else. And I mean, if you're okay with that,
I'm okay
then
with
you're
it.
okay.
Oh,
Then
that's my
it's all
dream.
good.
No, I would fucking be that guy all day long. It would be like it would be so great. Because most people, I'm not saying this is like great, but most people, you know, here's the fucking thing that I can't get. Like, I don't think I should get any credit for like talking this way, but I think that I'm just like not right that way, maybe. But when I look at the data and I look at the people that I know and I look at reality, maybe I'm not so far off. If I was a billionaire, I would love that kind of relationship. It would be perfect because I never really got into that fucking like loving these. When I was young, I didn't know any better. I mixed everything up. I mixed everything up toward love with sex and sex with love. I didn't know fucking up from down. Then as I got older, I realized, man, I started thinking, it's like, is there any way you can just knock out this young pussy and not have him around all the time? And these guys have personified that philosophy. And when I talk to guys now as an adult on the side, as a male, and nobody's around, they said, hey, if you just had a chance to not have some old bag hanging around, you just sit on your face 3 times a week, blow you whenever you want, and all you had to do was give her your American Express. He said, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, I would. So once these guys get out of that childbearing bullshit, Oprah, 3-day weekend to rejuvenate your love horseshit, it seems like most of them are just like me. It's like, hey, look, you get this lifestyle, I get this sex, and you're never around. It's like a fucking male dream come true.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why that's why I think escorts are good, you know.
Oh, like a guy like me, if you took my personality,
Mm.
if you went down and checked off like 50 boxes, escorts fit a guy like me perfect.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
a bargain. You never would hear me complaining about what escorts cost, because every time I did it, I thought I got a deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought at a pretty young age, I told you before, I thought, I'm not really into this shit, man. I guess I don't really like this love shit is heading south rapidly. I'm really into these blowjobs, though. But at the
Oh
time,
God.
no, at the time in my era when I was growing up, you weren't getting that shit without playing this relationship crap. Because women were like thinking completely different. They wanted commitment and growing together and all this other happy fucking horse shit.
Well, there are people out there, Tom, who
No, there
like
are.
to have
No,
companionship,
there are.
like
That's true.
the,
But you
you
know what I
know,
think?
I
You know what
mean,
I think about that? I think that a lot of it is like I think I got the fucking door prize, and that is that I think for whatever reason, for all you Christians, I think that I got blessed, but I don't get lonely, and if I did, I'm sure I'd be in all sorts of other fucking bullshit.
but
And if
Right.
I
answer
like,
this.
and
Can
if
you
I
answer
like,
this?
if I like sex as much as I liked porn, I'm sure I'd have fucking 3 or 4 kids running around and on my third wife that I couldn't wait to get rid of, but I couldn't afford it.
I,
So
I,
it's funny how, stuff works out for people.
no, I just want you to answer this question for me.
Yeah.
Um, have you were married for a long time, correct? You were
Yeah.
married for a
Well,
long.
not that long. I mean, I
Okay.
was married for a long time, but I only lived with her 12 years. Married
So
12 and lived together, I don't know, fucking.
no, did you have the traditional like marriage, like, like you come home and like she cooks or you guys go out to eat or
Yeah,
together?
yeah,
Like
yeah. It was
every
kind of
or
like,
was it kind of
yeah, because
scattered? Was
it
it?
was because I was like fucking playing along.
Okay, so
And she
you
couldn't
actually
cook
did
worth a
go through.
fuck.
Okay, so you did try that out then. Okay, because I was just wondering if
Yeah, I tried it
you
out.
actually.
I thought out, oh my God.
Hey, it's not for everybody, but I mean, I'm just saying. I was just
No, it
wondering
was
if you
just like,
actually.
it was like I knew like I got an ultimatum and I thought and I still I'll tell you this to this day, I couldn't have done any better. I thought this girl puts up with my bullshit. Fucking sex was like through the roof. Great. Put up with my bullshit. And I got tired of it. I just, I just thought, fuck it. It's just not my personality. You could say, yeah, well, you're just one crazy motherfucker. And there's an element of truth to that. I mean, maybe I don't think normal, and maybe it's my upbringing, my genes. Fuck, I don't know. But I know
Oh,
this. I know this since about my fucking mid 30s. I started like just being straight up, right above board, buying girls tires and paying their tuition for blowjobs, and I was much happier.
right.
I mean, that just like it felt like I was in my mom's womb again.
Well, no, it's just you wanted to have sex, but you didn't want a relationship.
No, I mean, I don't think even if I wanted one, I could have done it. But
No,
like once I came out of the fog, emerged from the cloud of confusion, I realized that I didn't mind like friendships with women. And it was one or the other. It was friends with women and fucking other women that I wasn't friends with. And once I combined them, I was like not too good at it. I get sick of them. And there's no fucking
Yeah.
way. I mean, actually, if you look at people that know me, I mean, my life like comes across is way more normal than it was. I mean, I got lucky, that I just got somebody that was like willing to put up with this shit. And even then I got tired of it. And
Right.
now, I'm fucking home free. I don't need to worry about this goddamn bullshit.
Oh, I
well,
know.
good. I mean, I'm glad that you were able to
I'm happy
find.
with it.
Yeah,
Happy with it.
Yeah,
that's
I am
you.
too.
Nobody else can tell you what makes you happy, and content. If you're content, I don't even think happiness is a real thing. I think
It's a
like
moving
content.
target.
I think if you're content, like that's just as good as being like quote
Yeah,
unquote
but that's a
happy.
moving target too. I mean, you just you get like the bar is constantly moving. And then if you last long enough and you're in a relationship, neither one of you fuckers are going anywhere. I tell people all the time, when you're with your wife or girlfriend, whoever, next time, and you're sitting down having dinner, just look each other in the eyes and admit, just like a public declaration, that if either one of you could have done better, you would have.
Well, I think, when people in my family who've been together, married for, we're talking, 30, 40, 50 years,
Mm-hmm.
they always say that they had the friendship to fall back on. So, like, there was something else that wasn't just like going out to eat, whatever the normal thing is when they got older, and it, like you would say, like, the sex, you just don't want it as much, or whatever starts to go, like,
Yeah.
they were still able to be friends and share common interests with each other.
Yeah, but once the sex shit, the relationship was over, I didn't want to be friends with these fucking people. I
Yeah.
didn't. No, for what? Which fortifies my whole premise that it all comes down to great sex at the beginning. And maybe I just set a false bar. Yeah, and the reason I believe that is because once the sex went south and I got tired of them, that's the last fucking thing I wanted to do is have them as friends for fucking what?
Oh, I
Talk
know.
about
Let's
how
be just friends.
friends. Yeah, get together for what? And reminisce about how we used to fuck 5 times a day?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense. Which is, my point of the whole thing is based on attractiveness. It colors everything. And as I aged, I got smarter. I got more aware. And half these people, it's like I run into these fucking people all the time. We've been married 40 years. And I think, oh, God. Yeah, it's like, where are you fucking people going?
Think about it like this too, Tom. As you got older, your options weren't as big, as they were when you were younger too, though.
No, yeah, that's for sure.
Like, your
But I think a
options.
lot of that was biological. I mean, my options were limited by my own fucking hormones. I went from like options because of my attitude to like my hormone levels. It's like my options were, I don't want any options. It went to like baggage, older bullshit, getting stuck with them, checking in, spending like a weekend over there seemed like a fucking prison sentence.
Oh God, no, it's
Thinking, God, and the pressure's going to be on to bang these old bitches.
uh,
Yeah, couldn't do it. But women think different than men. They think,
Right.
It's true.
they're
We
gonna
do.
it's gonna be some magic fucking wand of like, they're gonna woo you in. Not at this age, babe.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's so different. But when you're young and like just like anything, ants, deer, buffalo,
Yeah.
giraffes, same shit.
Yep. It is.
But society, because you're supposedly a higher intellect, you're watching Oprah and Dr. Phil, and you go into the self-help section of a bookstore, and it's like rejuvenate your marriage. Yeah, of course there's a fucking huge market for that. It's 10,000 books on how to relight the fire. I don't want to fucking relight it. I want to hide everything, the charcoal, the lighter.
Here's the difference between other people and like you, Tom. Like,
Oh, thank you.
this is you never want it either, so that's fine. But like, a lot of people have families, and that's what usually keeps them together too.
Yeah, that may be true. I think
Kids, grandkids, because you'll always have when you have a child with somebody, they're always going to be like both mom and dad, and you're always going to have to hear, even if you're not with that person, you're going to have to hear about them.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think that that factors too, and that's
Excuse
why
me. Yeah,
some
you're right
people
about that.
stay
That's why
together.
I think that's why I think that was like a lot that had to do with not wanting kids. I kind of suspected this early on. And honestly, I just don't see the sense of having kids. For what? Well, why? It just doesn't make sense to me. I can understand having them accidentally. And I can understand people want to raise a family. But if you're not one of those and you're having kids anyway, it's just like it's a mystery to me.
I mean, when I had my son, it just brings a whole like there's the bad and the good, with anything. There's I had to zone in more on someone else
Yeah.
and focus on that. And there were times where you don't want to, like when you have to wake up in the middle of the night because they're screaming when they're babies, but like you have good times, you know? And
That-
and the love too. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, Mark's right about that. To propagate the species, it's survival of the species. That the world's going to be populated, even if it's accidental. Yeah.
Even if it's accidental population.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
say that, but and I do meet people from time to time that have pulled this off, like storybook. Good for them. I'm happy for them. Yeah, I am.
Well, people aren't having as many kids as they used
Can't
to.
fucking afford
So
them.
yeah.
You wouldn't believe the people I know now that their houses are paid for and they can't afford the taxes.
Well,
Yeah.
Fucked up it is.
I still hear about people having like not many, not many. So it's more of a rare thing, but I still hear about people having, 7, 8, 9 kids, and some men have them with different women and stuff like
Oh,
that.
no.
So
Talking about blacks.
the majority of them are, you're correct.
Oh,
But you're right. Like I think the average household, they say it's like 2.3 children per per 2.3.
oh, yeah. We
Is the
talked
average.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just well, it
Well, I
takes all
mean,
kinds, I guess, right?
in
Yeah.
China they had a population problem where like they were telling people that they could only have like so many girls in their families.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, can you imagine that happening over in America? Like, well,
Hey, but do you have a problem with like people just like separating like relationships personally and having like sexual relationships than friendship relationships? Is that an issue with you? I mean, do you think that's like immoral in some way or something? In other words, guys hiring escorts. Do you think that's like wrong?
Oh, I don't. Not at all.
How about you, Michelle?
I never thought about it.
You'll think about it. It shouldn't take long.
I mean, I don't. I. I mean, I feel like if you do that, it's gonna complicate your life, not for the better.
If you do what? Hire escorts?
Yeah, yeah. I
Well,
feel
yeah,
if someone,
if you're
if you're,
married or
if you're,
if you're married or have a girlfriend, but if you're a single guy and you want to have sex and no relationship, I mean, I say, yeah, just go pay for it then.
and plus, like, it, what's the reason behind? Like, there's more that I want to know about this than, oh yeah, like, how do I feel if like somebody hired an escort? But you're gonna complicate your life more, and it might be okay and good for the time being, but
Are you
It's
talking about being single or married?
being married.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about being single.
Oh no, we're
Oh,
not talking. That's a whole different deal if you're married to someone.
Hey, I had the same Jewish lady told me that horror houses save more marriages and they broke up. What do you think of that, Stephanie?
I don't know. I mean, you know how women are about cheating. If I was married and my husband went to a whorehouse, that would be it.
Yeah, but what if, but assuming that you never found out and your marriage persevered, she'd be right.
Well, yeah, what you don't know doesn't hurt you,
Great.
but yeah, if it ever came out, yeah, I mean, that's a deal breaker there. You cheat on your spouse, yeah.
What do you think, Stephanie? I already know what Stephanie thinks, so I won't even ask her. But Michelle,
Okay.
what would you say if like your marriage is rocky and Eric wanted to have a threesome to enhance it, to bring back the old days, to rekindle that fire? Is that a deal breaker?
if you wanted to have a threesome.
Yeah, just like he'd read about it and heard about it, and he'd read about good results to bringing the
I
fire back.
I don't feel that it would be a good idea to do that because, like I said, you're complicating your relationship just overall by bringing somebody in and
But if he had your consent and he wanted it, how's that complicating it?
it's complicating it by bringing another human being
Yeah, but it's
into
not.
a
He's not trying
relationship.
to bring the third person in and have the same relationship with them and he's having with you. He's just trying to spice things up temporarily.
All I can see coming from that is something not good.
Is this like a religious perspective?
No, it's just like one of those gut feelings. Like
Okay,
I
all
just
right,
feel
that's
like
fair enough. Yeah.
I feel like if that were to happen, if I was like, yeah, it's okay, I really just I don't have a good feeling about it.
Okay. But you would admit that there are not good feelings anyway, unrelated to stuff like that. That it just kind of marriages run their course and things go to shit unrelated to that. So you can't really it isn't all that. It's just the nature of the beast.
Right, but I mean, if you think that by bringing somebody else into the marriage is going to help the marriage, I really
You're not
don't
bringing them
think
into the marriage. It's a one shot fucking deal threesome.
it,
Yes or no?
I just don't think that it could be that way.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I don't think it could be like just like this one shot type of thing and that's that, and then you just go your own separate ways and
Do you think
that,
the guys that talk their wives into these kind of things are manipulators?
um probably there's probably something more behind that because I think that it can't be good for your long-term relationship overall by doing that. I mean,
So you don't
that
think in any way it could help a relationship?
I don't think it would help a relationship. No.
Steph?
No,
That's like
definitely not.
that's like saying, well, maybe if we get a dog, it's going to help our relationship or something. Like that's not going to help your relationship.
Right.
It's you're, you're not going to feel any different about things because you brought someone else into the relationship. I mean,
If your husband proposed that to you, would it be a turnoff?
Yes.
Michelle?
probably. Like I probably wouldn't. I would probably want to talk more about it, but
Okay.
I mean, that's not. I just would just. I don't know. I mean, like I'm sure some way, somehow, whatever, but I don't feel that. I think you're complicating what you have even more by doing
Yeah, I think
that.
you could be saving it.
How would that? I don't know how that would save a
Well, if
marriage.
your husband really liked it and you knew it'd really make him like feel special, and it really did, what's wrong with that? It's not like you're on, you're going to get divorced over this shit.
I mean,
He asked you about it. He pitched you on it. You wanted him to be happy.
well, what if? I mean, I couldn't. If I were to ask him, "Hey, honey, can we get I'm another guy or whatever?" I know
No,
he
yeah.
would. It
Dominic
would.
just asked that. Yeah.
Oh, it would. He would freaking probably go crazy.
Okay.
They'd be like, "No way."
All right.
And but what if even if I was like, "Oh yeah, this would help our, he
Yeah.
would probably, I don't know. I don't think he would like that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I have never asked, but
Yeah. No, I think it's slim pickings
with what?
with most people. It's like it's a deal breaker. They don't want to do it.
I mean, I mean, think about it. Think about it logically like this. Like,
I'm thinking about it hormonally.
right? Like you would do it because of how it would make you feel at the time, but
Well, I know how it'd make me feel at the time.
Yeah, we know.
Thank you. Hey, but would you agree with this? Would you agree that a lot of men, if they could pull it off, would do it?
Yes.
Michelle?
I'm sure there's a good portion. I'm sure
Yeah.
there's a good portion.
So does that
of
make them bad guys?
Yes.
Here's another thing. No, Tom. So here's the thing. There's one thing about fantasizing about something or having like thoughts like that, and there's another thing about actually doing
No, I want to
something
fucking
like
actually do it. Fantasizing's great, but it's not like doing it. I want to do it. Not only do I
Yeah,
want to do
well,
it, I want to
yeah.
videotape it.
Yes, you know what? Get back to reality, Tom, okay?
I couldn't imagine like bringing home a guy and telling my husband, "Hey, honey, look what I found, this and that, and hey, let's do this," and him being like, "Yeah, this sounds like a great idea. This is gonna save our marriage." Like he would probably be like, "Who is this guy? What's going on?" You know, I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, it's a different story when the woman wants it than when the men want it.
Yeah,
Big
that's true.
big
Yeah, you're
different story. Uh
right. Yeah,
it's still men don't want to share you, but yet you are supposed to share them. I mean,
Stephanie,
double standard.
Stephanie, back in the day when you were throwing down, would you consider yourself a jealous woman?
In my younger days, jealous. Yes, I was. Yeah.
Michelle, you think so?
Doesn't everybody go through that though?
Well, I don't know.
It
I was
was because
never
I kind of outgrew it, I
Definitely not,
guess.
because if you look on porn channels, there's all sorts of people having threesomes.
like I was never the jealous type because if I felt like my relationship wasn't secure, which I knew, like, because I caught, when I was younger, I caught exes, cheating, cheated this and that. Like, I already know if they are. And it's like, I'm just going to stop doing it. I'm not going to stick around to play that game. So,
But how about this? If you do you believe it's logical that if you satisfied whoever you were in a relationship with sexually 100%, they wouldn't want any of this other shit. You ever think of that?
well, Tom, talking to you, I definitely don't think that way because maybe some guys just are never sexually satisfied with one person and everything, you know.
I mean, there's theories out there that being monogamous just
I mean,
isn't
here's the deal.
biologically
Here's the
relevant.
deal. I don't think it's natural at all for one person to only want to be with another person for the rest of their lives. Like
Oh,
that
thank
to
you.
me
Getting
just
somewhere.
doesn't sound that just doesn't sound
Yeah, you haven't
because
seen anything yet.
because like y- nothing ever lasts forever.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing does.
Right.
And it doesn't I don't think it
Stephanie and
makes
I can verify that for you.
right.
Yeah,
Like
that's for
I don't
sure.
think it's I don't think it's wrong if you get a divorce. I
Damn.
don't think it's wrong if you know, I just if you're like I said, if you're in a really bad spot in your life or you're depressed and whatever else, then you have to make changes in your life so
Yeah,
that
it's hard
you're
to fucking do when you're depressed.
oh I
And
know.
you have a
Well,
hard time
Tom,
brushing
I
your
mean,
teeth depressed.
right, right.
I mean, Stephanie and I, I think of these things from time to time as we're talking. And Stephanie and I will give you examples of how things change as you get older. Like I'm 68, she's 66. And now we're quite willing to go get colonoscopies and take the same Uber.
Yeah. Oh
The
God.
difference, if you were getting a colonoscopy at 32, you'd have your best girlfriend take you.
Yep.
But right
Right.
now, it's like we're in a whole nother realm of like Russian roulette every night of the week.
Damn, I know it.
Yeah,
I
our best
know.
days are behind us, but we're still alive, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know it changed. I mean, look, it's only 9 o'clock where I'm at, and I'm so fucking tired right now. I mean, it's like, yeah, things change, Tom.
And things change, and not in a good way.
Oh no.
No, I mean, I'm there. I mean, I know my videotaping vultures now is cutting into my porn.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Not
I'm
good.
sure it is.
You know, I say it's not good, and I laugh at it, but it's not good. No, everything gets reversed.
Yeah.
Like Stephanie, you know, like at your age, Michelle, like Stephanie and I go out to Seattle and I visit her and I say, "Is there anything I can pick you up at Walmart?" And she says, "Yeah, some Depends."
Oh God. No, not quite yet. Thank God for that.
It's coming though.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but Stephanie, you're single. You're not dating. You don't need to worry about it. You can piss
Oh
your
no.
pants all night long.
Oh no, I know that. No, I know. I know that.
But you're not
No.
worried about it like you would be if you had some kind of problem
Oh.
at Michelle's age.
Oh no. Oh yeah. No.
No, absolutely. That'd be the biggest secret in the fucking world.
Yeah.
I know
That's
a
what.
lot of
You'd get a fucking pressure washer for your underwear if you had to.
Yeah. No, that's what's nice when you get older. You don't don't give a shit no more, so you don't have to worry about all that stuff.
No,
yeah,
that's
it's not
just
even
because,
like you don't
no.
even
Right.
you just go with it. That's why a lot of people that's why I always found older people interesting throughout my whole life because they just had this like sense of I'm gonna live my life and I don't care. You know what I mean? Then all these
It's not quite.
pressures.
It's not quite that romantic.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
not romantic, but like you probably feel like more of a sense of peace and
Be paranoid.
there's oh I don't
No, it's
know.
not. No, let me tell you this. Let me sum it up for the both of us. It sucks. Got
Okay.
nothing to do with fucking peace.
Well,
It's got to do with knowing we're going to be dead in 15 years.
Oh
well,
God. Yeah. I
Our
hope that.
spouse have died. There's
I
not
will.
enough KY jelly in the world for both of us.
Mm,
It's over.
I
Now we
won't
watch
live that.
birds and she fucking watches
Yep.
grandkids,
Yep.
film vultures.
Yep.
Well, you could get that new dog, or wait a minute, the beagle they ended up taking to the pound, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to that. That turned into a
Okay.
political thing.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the goddamn thing. Fuck, I don't know.
Uh,
You know, it's just like the drug addicted prostitutes, man. Same with all this bullshit. Like
yeah.
last night too. There's a shelf life with me with everything.
Yeah.
I can't fuck with this stuff, man. I'm moving on.
Right.
From what stuff? The
It's all
beagle?
baggage and no good. So I move on.
Yeah.
Hey, Rita. I don't know what happened to the beagle. You know, she's saying, "What do you mean you don't know? Dog fucking lost. Where's he go?" Fuck, I don't want to say I don't care, but there's nothing I can do about that. It's out of my hands. I don't know what happened to it. They
Right.
thought that where I was going to take it, that they euthanize dogs. They say they don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
researched a place she sent them historically. They got fucking charged criminally for animal neglect. I didn't bring it up to her because it would have just been an argument.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck happened to the goddamn thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm experienced enough to not ask. I don't want
Right.
to know.
Yeah.
I can't save every fucking dog running around. I wish I could.
Mhm.
It's a fantasy. I can't. And once it's out of my hands, like those dogs I trapped a couple years ago or a year ago or so, or whatever it was, I don't want to know what happened to them either. Because I
Right.
don't want to hear, you know, somebody adopted them. They got run over by a fucking freight train because the latch on the gate was broke. I know it was a good move. It was better than where they were at. I hope it kept on going, but I don't want to know.
Right. You did your part.
Yeah, did what I could.
Yeah, you did what you could. That's right. And that's like on here too. I mean, we're not doctors, we're not counselors,
Yeah, no.
we're not social workers. I mean, I come out here to talk and laugh, have a good time, and that's it.
And it's fun. I think it's fun to just like look at the difference in, opinions with people.
Yeah.
What, like you think compared to Michelle and what I think.
Right. No, it's fun. That's how you get to know people.
I think it's fun.
Yeah, it is.
And after a while, over the long haul, all of us at this age, even Michelle's age, the way our lives are going to end up is going to make sense to how we think now.
Right.
We're advanced than Michelle. When you're 40, I mean, you're going to die someday. And I can't believe I made it this old. Are you think that way too sometimes, Stephanie? That we live this long?
Oh, how I made it this far?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do because of, a lot of the crazy shit, I've done in my past. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm lucky I lived this long.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And so, hopefully I have a couple more years and,
But that's a good feeling though, right, Stephanie? As being like
Not that
after
good.
after the life experiences that you've lived, you're like, I'm lucky that I lived, even
yeah.
just, you
Yeah.
lived your life,
Yeah. Right. It's just, it's too bad old age has to come with, all the bullshit,
Yeah, it does.
the
Well, it
aches
does
and
with
pain.
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. I
It
mean,
does.
that's the only bad thing, getting old. You hurt, you're not well, shit like that,
Well,
lose your mind. I mean,
Well, when I worked for a grocery store, I would see all the older women. They had like they would run into each other, and their conversations basically went, "What new medication are you on?" Or, "Oh, I'm having this new surgery," or "This medication works really well for me. You should try this out." Instead of like when you're younger, you're not talking about stuff like, do you know what I mean? Like I always heard that with like, when here I am trying to like put stuff on the shelves and stuff, and they're having their conversations and this and that. And that's
yeah,
just, Either you're
Yeah, I
having all these
know.
surgeries, you're having medication for this or that or whatever.
Yeah.
Because your body's wearing out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what happens. Yep, it does.
But they were like not really complaining. They were just it was just almost like a part of their like they were just like, oh, matter of fact, like I tried this you should try this. Oh, this hurts or that. It was more or less them just trying to make the best out of what they could make the best out of.
Right. Yep. That's all you can do.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I learned even when I was younger, from the older generations coming in and having their conversations. It always boggled me, like the difference in conversations between the certain ages, like even from 20-year-olds to 30-year-olds.
Right. Yeah.
But you know what? The way I think humans have evolved, I think part of a mechanism to keep things the same is an example of no matter what, with your best interest in mind, no matter what Stephanie or I would tell you, you're not going to pay any attention to it.
Oh, I do. No, I mean, like,
Which,
I
it's just
I
how
would
it
pay.
goes.
I don't know. I pay attention to things. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like I was one of those kids who I always hung out with older
Right,
people,
Christina.
people that were older than me, and there was a reason for that. And it was just because I was like, well, maybe I can gain some knowledge because they've already probably been through some of the stuff that they could give me advice. There's a lot more to, like, where like most young people are like, oh, I don't want to talk to that old person, or that person's old and blah 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 blah. Well, they might tell you something that might be useful for you, or
But it works both ways. If Stephanie and I could go back to your age, we'd probably do the same fucking thing that got us where we're at now.
Yeah.
oh,
I mean,
probably.
advice, it's like,
Well, no, but I
get
mean,
what
like,
you pay for.
no, I mean, like, they have like knowledge and advice. Like, okay, like when you're younger, they might have tips that they could give you for the, oh, well, this worked for me when I first had my kid, or this worked for me with whatever, or like your car, or like just anything, just more knowledge, like because when you're younger, you don't have this life experience and knowledge of taking care of certain things until you get to that stage in your life. Like nobody's born out of the womb, like knowing what to do
I
in
don't think
certain
so.
circumstances,
Right. Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
mean, that's what I'm saying. Like I would always give an ear, to listen.
I mean, it's, I don't know.
Did I do everything everybody always told me, this and that? But it was just no. But like, there was a lot, there was some good points that I used in life too.
Do you think you have a better idea what's going on in decisions you'll make in the future now than 10 years ago?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Like I think once you've lived certain things and everything else, I think
Mark, come on up. Let's party.
it's like it's
Yeah,
really,
Mark, come on up. I'm getting sleepy. That's another thing old age does to you.
go get
Yes.
some sleep, Stephanie. You probably need it.
I feel like I've run a marathon and I've just sat on my ass today. Jesus.
What time did you get up today, Stephanie?
I got up at a little after 5 this morning.
And you stayed up?
Yeah.
Well, no wonder you're tired.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I
Why
don't.
you get up so early?
I just wake up, Tom, and I can't go back to sleep. It's weird. And then some days I sleep until like 7. Now I have to get up early tomorrow because I have to go to I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So I have to get up. I got to get up around 6 tomorrow to be ready to. My sister's going to take me to the doctor.
Well, a psychiatrist?
No, I wish. No, I knew it's another lung doctor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so I'm going to go do that tomorrow. And then, yeah.
I just wanted to say, here's another good thing about listening to like older people and like talking to them is the older I got, the less self-conscious I got. Like when you're younger, you're really self-conscious and like you really don't gain
Oh,
that
yeah.
confidence till like you're older, you know, that
Yeah. You wish you had the I don't give a shit attitude when you were younger, like you do, like I
right.
do now.
You'd probably go a lot further in life if you just walked around the whole time, you know, everything like
Right.
that. You
Right.
probably.
Oh, yeah, the stress of having to look perfect, perfect hair and makeup and clothes. I mean, that's that can be really stressful on women.
Yeah, but it pays off.
Yeah, it paid off, but the problem is, but it's so nice to have it gone now. No stress for all that anymore. You know what I mean?
Well,
Hi, Mark.
not according to Mark
Everybody.
Kropka.
How you all doing?
Good. How are you?
Great, great, great.
All right. Well, I can go to bed now. Mark is taking my place.
Have a good day, Stephanie.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Good night to the chat, too.
You party
Good
on.
night, Stephanie.
Yeah. Good night.
So I was noticing with your older videos, Tom,
Uh-huh.
you never showed your face or yourself.
No, I didn't early on.
And then you evolved, and then did something happen that you started?
Something kind of did happen. What it was is like people thought that there was some reason for me not showing my face. And there really wasn't. Honestly, I thought, I just thought it was like, being honest with you, odd that, I would like show my face. And it's like, when I was living up in Michigan, like it would be snowing out, we'd have that light and we'd talk. And it was just like, I didn't really have a problem with it. It seemed kind of like narcissistic to me. Like who wants to look at my damn face when it's snowing outside or there's a rainstorm or something like that? That was the reason for it.
Oh, you didn't want to make it kind of about you, sort of.
Yeah, I just didn't think it mattered. I mean, it was a audio chat, and once you knew what I looked like, I mean,
then you wouldn't watch anymore, right?
Yeah, that was a concern too. Yeah, right. No, and I just thought it was stupid. Like it wasn't. It's like, do you want to see a radio DJ's face when he's playing music? I mean, it didn't make sense to me to like have the camera pointed at me.
Right. Yeah. Well, like with your interviews, you could have had them. This is Tom Reed here.
Yeah, no, I could have done that. Yeah, but I'm telling you, man, the interviews were just seriously, man. I mean, I wasn't going through too good of a time myself at the time, and I've always fucked around with photography, and I've always been interested in blight. And right. I mean, a third of my private detective business back in the day was going into bad neighborhoods. And I thought, what are these people afraid of, man? I thought it was cool seeing all this shit and meeting these kind of people I wouldn't have otherwise. So it just seemed to me like it just honestly just started out innocently. I thought, well, I'm going to see what these people have to say. It interests me. I mean, I would have probably done it even if YouTube wasn't around. I just like wanted to get their story, but I wouldn't have had anybody to play it to, so it may have never happened. But it was just like, I just didn't think like showing myself was like, I thought it seemed stupid and like unnecessary. That's my thoughts. And then later on, it's like people kept thinking, why aren't you doing this? It's like, okay, I'll fucking do it. It didn't matter to me either way. So I did it more. But in the old days, I thought, a snowstorm or raining or whatever was certainly better than looking at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Crazy,
Well,
isn't it? I said
I
the
was
other night, I don't know
curious.
if you were on or not, but I noticed that YouTube like kind of promotes channels for a while and then doesn't. And I used to
Yeah.
attribute it to, my content, but I'm not so sure that's true anymore. I see they've done it to a bunch of other channels that, are as like squeaky clean as you could get.
Hype them up and then drop them.
Yeah, they do. The French family and the Clark family, two family bands, are perfect examples. Gave them both viral videos for a while and then just like, fuck, their videos don't do shit. No swear words, all American, no sensitive political bullshit. Their channels are fucking dead now.
Really?
Yeah, I noticed that Clark family is French family is selling coffee and every other fucking thing. A lot of I can understand how people can get caught up in this viral video bullshit and getting paid and thinking this is going to go on forever. Why wouldn't you think that? And then all of a sudden you're buying shit and doing stuff and the
Free
rug gets
money.
pulled out from under you. Yeah. I mean, why would you think it's going to get worse if you stay the same? Well, I'll tell you why, because they don't promote you anymore. I think they just move on to new people to promote.
Keep
Good
it
night.
fresh.
Yeah. Just a guess.
Yeah, no, I could see them doing it that way.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, those are two perfect examples. Clark family,
French family.
French family, yeah. Great musicians and, families, all the kids playing a different instrument and stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah. I watched. Quite a few of those on YouTube. Family bands.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
Yeah,
Have you watched those two families?
No, I don't know them. Those
Yeah, they're
two.
good, man. I'll tell you that
Clark and French.
the French family, she's from New Zealand, he's from Australia. She does an Anne Murray song about a year ago. It's just like better than Anne Murray did it.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's an ass kicker, studio musician. The kids all play shit. They're in, they played the Grand Ole Opry. They live in Nashville now full time.
Wow.
And they're playing all over the place. They're good enough to where they're hiring them now to go on like Norwegian cruises as the house band.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
The opening.
I mean,
act.
it's all,
The
it's
opening act.
like borderline Lawrence Welk shit.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
But it's like family friendly. I'm sure nobody's complaining that their digital advertising's coming up in the middle of one of their songs.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's party. How'd the band practice go?
Good. Really good.
Good.
We're crushing down a few songs, and because we have appearance on the 18th that we got to get ready for and
okay.
change it up a little, change our setup a little bit.
Oh,
Add a
good.
couple of songs. We added a Traveling Wilbury song.
Oh, good.
today. Yeah, and it went good. And we have a female sitting in on the drums, Jillian.
Yeah, where do these people come from?
Well, we rent a studio in the city, and the proprietor, the guy that rents out the studio, he knows a lot of musicians, and he connects us. We needed a drummer, he knew one, and along she came. She's going to do 2 gigs for us because our regular drummer can't make it for the 2. It's Canada Day and Victoria Day, the 18th and the 1st of July.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now this drummer lady,
Yeah.
how's she look?
She
pretty?
Yeah, she's pretty. Very pretty.
And can
she's
sing too.
And she sings very well, yeah.
And how'd
There's
she get into drumming?
I never asked her yet. I just met her, and it's been strictly business. We haven't had a chance to discuss anything personal yet. But I imagine we'll get to that because we'll have some time to kick around between sound check and the show on Saturday.
Oh, all right. Now, so far, obviously, they're they're happy with your keyboard playing.
Yeah.
Are you playing the keyboard or the piano, or what is that exactly?
I play a piano and organ.
Oh, okay. And they're happy with you.
Oh yeah,
Oh, good.
very.
Good.
Oh yeah. They let me pretty well write my own parts into the songs, and they leave it up to me to include myself. And they don't question anything that any of my.
Oh, so those like videos you've been uploading lately, they're not necessarily a part of the original song.
They've been rehearsing, and usually the rehearsals in one form or another. A lot of times it's the first time we're doing the song, second time we're doing the song. It's never polished. I never get around to getting a good polished video. Some of them are pretty close to it.
Yeah.
That when we played it a few times, but usually it's in some stage of rehearsal.
Now, one guy that comes to mind is Santana, who I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, Carlos Santana.
But they claim that song that he did with Michelle Brandt, whatever her name was, that he plays it different every time. Does that sound believable to you?
Yeah, that's jazz. A self-respecting jazz musician will never play the same song the same way twice in a row. Van Morrison never does it the same either. He always changes something in his songs. He never does it the same way twice.
What do you think of him as a musician?
Van Morrison?
Yeah.
Well, from the songs he wrote and that became hits for him, I like them a lot.
How about the Mystic?
Yeah, that's an excellent piece of work. Into the Mystic.
Yeah, Into the Mystic. Now I know he's like donated, bailed people out of jail, broke musicians, helped like people that needed operations and shit.
Oh,
But
okay.
he sure seems like a fucking douchebag in an interview.
He is. He's a real tyrant, I hear, to work with. He's an angry little Irish.
Yeah, that's what he seems. Welsh, actually, isn't he?
I thought Irish, but he could be Welsh.
He might be right. Yeah.
And
Interesting.
yeah, he's like that. He's very pesty.
Huh. You know who when I was in college, Boss Skaggs was huge.
Yeah.
And you don't hear a fucking thing about him anymore.
No, you don't, do you?
Yeah, what's going on there? Do you know?
No, I have no clue what ever happened to Boss.
I want to ask you about this, Daryl Hall and John Oates.
Yeah.
I think that Daryl Hall would have done a hell of a lot better on his own as opposed to John Oates. I don't think we had ever heard of Hall and Oates without Daryl Hall.
Yeah, he seems to be the more, right now, the more active musician still. You don't hear John Oates doing too much these days.
No, he is, though. Look at his
Is
YouTube videos. Yeah, he's all over, but I don't think anybody like gives a fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
It's some like subgenre bullshit that I don't know. He seems like a super nice guy. But I think once again, looks matter. And I think Daryl Hall, with regard to that part of being a singer, but you look back on the way music's evolved, and you look at grunge, my favorite band, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, people like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I hear Hall and Oates songs now, at the time they seem like cool, but now they almost seem silly. Right up there with Ringo Starr's fucking Octopus songs.
Yeah.
This stupid shit.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You can't
like something you'd expect at a fucking 9th grade birthday party.
Yeah, I know. Immature, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean?
But that's how it was. A lot of the songs were back then.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's right.
In the early 70s, late 60s, lyrics weren't the works of art that they later became. A lot of the lyrics were, "Ooh, my oopsie doopsie girl, come be with me tonight, and we'll oopsie doopsie or something stupid like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And
You know who I
then
can't stand? I mean, this guy sucks so fucking bad. He just really gets under my skin. He's a big fucking Joe Walsh.
oh, you don't like him?
No, just a big mouth fucking jack off. He's
He's a
fucking
good
Sorry,
weird.
I got kicked off.
Oh, that's all right. Sorry about that. I didn't do it.
No, it wasn't you. It was me.
You like him, Mark?
Yeah, I do like Joe Walsh. I like his contribution to music. When he was with James Gang, they had some pretty good songs. And then Joe Walsh went on to go solo before he became an Eagle. He did some good work, and then he became an Eagle for a while.
I wouldn't
We're
walk
still-
across the street to see the fucking Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, they have a few songs I like, but I'm not a huge fan of them.
Yeah.
Paul Skaggs is 79 years old.
Oh my God, no kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I remember being in college and going over to these girls' dorms, and they'd be playing that shit constantly.
Yeah, I liked his song Lowdown too.
Yeah, Lowdown. Yeah. He's
Low Down,
79.
Little Chapo.
79. He's still in the music industry. I think he from that's what I was doing, looking him up. Somehow I got
Oh,
kicked
okay.
off. But he's owner of some restaurants, or part owner, you know.
Probably using his name. A couple Jews opened it.
And he is still in the music scene with, you know, people. I don't know if I just skimmed over it. I don't know if he's writing or producing or,
I hope
you
not. It's
know, but he's
79.
not really done anything for some time. But
Hey,
yeah,
speaking of
he's
that,
79 years old.
Now, I like this guy, and when I was young.
Well, I did too.
No, but not. But do you remember Paul Davis? I Go Crazy.
Yes.
59 Love Affair. Well, did you
Yeah.
like?
Yeah.
How about you, Mark? You probably thought he's a real pussy.
No, it was okay. I mean, again, it was the times when the song came out. There was a lot
Right.
like it.
That has a lot to do with it.
Now, what I can't figure out, why. Like, I think in my top 10, one of the most beautiful songs written was "Beautiful" by Gordon Lightfoot, and it was never played on the radio hardly ever. Why?
I don't know.
Just one of those things.
And how about you? Probably think Bread's a bunch of fucking gays, don't you, Mark?
Bread?
David Gates.
I never listened to them a lot, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Not rocky enough for you.
Well, I don't mind. Like, I like softer.
How about Harry
stuff.
Chapin? Harry Chapin.
Yeah, I love Harry Chapin.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Jim
I
Croce.
like Harry
I like
Chapin.
Jim Croce too.
Jim Croce, yeah, sure did.
You know,
They
Jim
never play his
Croce-
songs on the radio.
Jim Croce's son, AJ Croce,
Yeah.
is something to watch now.
Really?
No,
Yeah, he's all over YouTube.
I'll tell you whose
No
daughter.
kidding.
I'll tell you whose
Yeah.
daughter sucks. Gloria Estefan.
Oh yeah,
I don't know anything about her daughter.
You're lucky.
Esteban was a force in her day.
Super cute too.
Yeah, but she was a hell of a singer.
You know,
thought.
they started at the fucking husband was the brains behind it though. Record producing.
Well, you know, somebody's
Got
got
a
to
big
be.
giant fucking Cuban ass now.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I thought she was super cute and like that kind of accent. And
Yeah,
I thought she was 100 times more talented than Stevie Nicks.
I like Stevie Nicks, but I don't like her the way
Beautiful.
some people do. I mean, she was good, you know, in her era, but you know, I think there were others that were just as talented. I don't know if it was just the times and the songs and what
Yeah.
was going on around us at the time, but
You know,
well, you think she's gained weight too.
yeah. You know,
She
we were
don't
talking-
wear. I mean, she used to wear all those flowy things and all that. But if you really ever see her like good on YouTube or something like that. Yeah, she's she's blown up too, as a lot of women do as they age.
No, I was never really into him that much, but who was another? We were talking about good-looking guys earlier. You know who was a good-looking motherfucker when he was young? You never know it now, but James Taylor.
Oh, he was. Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah,
he was a
good-looking
fucking
guy.
cutie.
And he had a lot of the songbirds as his girlfriend too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
although I don't like these big mouths on girls. Carly Simon, Julia Roberts.
Yeah, Carly Simon has a huge mouth.
Oh yeah,
So does
she is
Julia
a Jew,
Roberts,
and that
actually,
would
yeah.
I think that cover it for me.
Julia,
really into
you were
these Jewish women.
speaking earlier. I've been in and out of the chat because I've been doing other things.
Like
And
what?
Like what?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like what? What do you
Other
ask?
things.
What I've been doing? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm doing shit around the house. I've
Oh,
had to do laundry and I've had to do dishes.
Better not
And
be going to other fucking channels.
I am a free agent, dear.
Okay, all right. I like some of
But
Carly Simon.
you were talking about Lyle Lovett. Julia Roberts married Lyle Lovett.
What a fucking mystery.
Mm,
Only thing I can think of that he must have just been able to go down on her like a.
I like Lyle Lovett. I like his music.
No, I don't.
Well,
He's
that's
country, isn't he?
you.
That's,
Looks like
that's
he's
country.
fucking retarded.
He's a storyteller. Not so much. He's just a storyteller.
Sucks.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah,
I
thank
said
you.
I
Thank you.
like Lyle Lovett.
You probably like Willie Nelson too, another big old doper.
Willie Nelson is okay.
How that motherfucker's still alive, man. He deserves some kind of science award.
He's like 91. I
old.
think he just turned
Yeah,
91.
He doesn't.
He went
smoke
bankrupt.
anymore.
I know the guy that bought his Learjet and turned it into a freighter.
That's
Or
okay.
he
He
canceled check.
made it back. He's not. Willie ain't hurting.
No. You know who's fucking. Well, you guys might
He's
know
got
the
his
answer.
own line of weed too.
I feel sorry for this guy, kind of. But what happened to Randy Travis?
He had a. Excuse me.
Did he have a
He
stroke?
had a stroke.
Yeah, he's fucked up.
Well, he
Oh,
had
okay.
multiple car accidents. He was a alcoholic.
Oh, I didn't know that. So is
Yeah.
John Denver. I don't like those big mouth. I really
He
don't.
had multiple car accidents, and then he had one. I mean, just kept on, and then he finally had a big old stroke.
Mark, as you know, Gordon Lightfoot was a alcoholic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it was kind of obvious.
It was. I went to go to see him in concert, and he got fucking locked up, and they had to cancel it in Windsor.
I didn't know that about him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll tell you who really sucks. Well, he doesn't anymore because you got to be alive to suck. Tom Petty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I never really liked this stuff.
That
much.
motherfucker got so goddamn lucky.
Well, he worked hard, though.
I'll tell you who else
brought
sucks.
He
himself up.
did. He did work hard, and that's what a lot led to his death. He had an infection in his hip. He needed a hip replacement.
That's not what killed him, though.
Multiple things killed him.
No bullshit. No.
What
What
killed him?
killed him
Darling?
was fake Vicodin with fentanyl in it.
Wow.
Well.
Danger.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for the guy. I mean,
I don't know about fake Vicodin. I know they were giving him Vicodin
no,
or
fake
giving
Vicodin
him
with fentanyl.
something. Maybe he started getting it because
Look
he
it up. He did.
kept
They wouldn't give
putting.
him.
But what I'm saying is, he kept putting off the fucking hip replacement. I'm sure the doctors wouldn't give him any more dope. They were just saying, "Hey, you got to do this," and he didn't. And he went outside the perimeters of pharmaceuticals, and that's what happened to him. Yes, bingo.
Speaking of fentanyl, I had that last Monday.
You had fentanyl last Monday?
Yeah, I had an upper GI.
Oh, they gave you fentanyl for it?
Yeah, normally I've had twilight sedation. If you've never had you guys should get
I've had
one.
an upper GI before, and I was twilighted. So you
Yeah, I
sort of
had
know what's
fentanyl.
going
You know,
on.
you know what? You know what? I asked that motherfucker. I talked to the anesthesiologist for about a half hour.
And they
What-
gave you fentanyl for Twilight.
Yeah. No, they gave me fentanyl. They gave me propofol.
Oh, I thought you
Oh.
said you had.
No, Mark had
Fentanyl.
Twilight.
I had Twilight, but
Propofol.
propofol is different than fentanyl.
No, I had
Propofol,
propofol. Yeah, I might have said fentanyl, but I meant propofol.
propofol
okay. I
was
guess
Michael
But anyway-
Jackson's downfall.
Anyway,
They call
I'm
it
100
milk of amnesia.
I love propofol.
oh fuck
I
yeah.
love it.
No wonder Michael Jackson took that shit. I mean, if I had 200 grand a month to pay him like he did that cardiologist, I'd be taking that shit every night.
Well, I'd be having somebody other than a cardiologist monitoring me with all the money he
Yeah,
had.
but he wouldn't have done it. You needed a
That's
rogue, crazy, money-hungry kook.
Yeah, that's true too.
I'll tell you, I'm 100. I could be wrong, but I'm 100% sure.
Right.
It felt great. Oh fucking!
You couldn't have had
I think-
anybody reputable do
No.
that.
I think that's exactly what death is like. It's nothing.
I think so too.
You know,
Absolutely.
I've noticed like in between twilight sedations and sedation for lower GIs and shit, you know, there's been some time that's passed, and I kind of turn into a little bit of a pussy. The more time that goes past with death and what's it like, and then I went right back and I got rejuvenated with propofol, and I think, yeah, fuck yeah, this has been worth it, man. I think that's exactly what death is like. And the little apprehension that I had of dying went away after my upper GI because it's good.
Yeah,
It's-
it is good.
It is. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's no
nothing.
dreams.
That's right. And that's what drug addicts do a lot of times. Really
Yeah.
is you don't have any worries. For a moment, the world's put on pause.
No, and then it's just like, see, this is like, I like read a lot about philosophy, and, you know, I read a lot of science books and shit. The whole thing comes down to consciousness. And to be able to have that, you have to have blood flow, oxygen, a brain, a hypothalamus working. And once consciousness is absent, there's nothing. You're not looking through an obscure, dust-clouded casket 6 feet under the ground. Nothing is working anymore. There's an absence of everything. With a lack of consciousness, there's nothing, which is comforting to me.
Yeah, I have no doubt. It's finite. It's over.
It's over.
There's-
I think it is. Which I think's like good, man. But I know that as I go on like long periods of not having that shit because I'm not a druggie, that it restores my faith in death is not bad at all.
That's
Keep
interesting.
knocking myself off.
That's okay. I think it's like, really, I think I got my money's worth there.
Hmm.
And really, you wouldn't think the absence of consciousness would seem attractive, but it is when you consider it in the realm of death. I'm not down there unable to interact with the living. There's nothing left,
Yep,
which is good.
it is good.
Yeah, I'm not living into eternity of like thousands of years of wishing I was with the people that were alive, because
Nope.
there's nothing there.
No,
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Well, Lucid, the legitimate fentanyl is not a problem. It's the counterfeit fentanyl killing all the drug addicts.
yep.
You know, I had an excellent.
And here's the
2 hour
thing I want to know. Why the fuck would drug dealers want to kill off their customers? Why?
Well, my guess would be, just from what I know, which is limited, that I've mentioned this before. I know girls that were living together in trap houses, and the one would die from an overdose of fentanyl, and the other one the next day would be trying to track.
Oh,
them.
they be trying to find it. I know.
I
But
think
but
that-
my point is, if you know this is, I mean, you're going to lose
Yeah, but
people.
I'll
But
tell you
then
what- I'll tell
again,
you
I
what.
wonder if where it's coming from, and a lot of it comes from China.
Yeah. I think it's
They
the,
want to kill us off.
yeah, but you're all, yeah, I don't doubt that. I would agree with that. But I think there's always enough newcomers. It's like anything else.
Well, you could be
Like
right.
us
I just
dying
don't
off from old
understand
age.
that. You want to make sure I remember way back in the day, I've known drug dealers to tell particular drug addicts that they wouldn't sell to them anymore. So I guess they had a conscience or something because they knew they were so deep in it, or they were just going all to hell, that they would actually refuse to sell to people. I
And
do.
yet,
I swear I do.
that sounds like a fucking Christian story.
Well, I don't know if they were Christians. I don't know, but I know it for a fact. There would be dealers that would not sell to certain people. Well, you got to stop and think. If they were that bad off, they were a loose cannon. You understand?
You know,
And they could also lead them to be getting busted because they didn't have their shit together at all. They'd be burning their phones up at the crack of dawn till, no, they'd just be doing crazy shit, and they were just out of pocket. And drug dealers would say, no, I can't sell to you anymore. Or either they liked them well enough, they didn't want to see them die. I don't really, honest to God. Now, we're talking 30, 40 years ago, but that's the truth.
You know, Lucid brings up a good point. They aren't trying to kill themselves. They're trying to get them addicted.
Well,
I mean, a consequence of a drug addict.
yeah, but the shit they're selling nowadays is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
They're
there's more
killing
people
a
living
lot of
than-
people.
Yeah, they are, but a lot of them are living and getting high and buying too.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying it's just not the same. I just
No,
don't
you're right,
understand
Dominic.
it.
Dominic's right.
And I don't want to. I mean,
Well,
hey,
you're choosing to pick a risky lifestyle. It's like when you when you get drugs from a drugstore, when you when you get them through a pharmacy, this and that, it goes through FDA regulations, it's regulated. But if you're buying drugs off the street, that's not regulated. Like
No,
nobody's there telling
not
you that
today, not in
something's
today's
okay.
times.
No.
Absolutely not.
that's why they say the old druggies like the Keith Richards and shit that they were getting pure dope back then.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh,
You know, let me tell you, there's
Back
places,
in my
you know,
day, they were. It was all
hey,
pharmaceutical
you know,
shit. There wasn't any of this fake stuff unless somebody sold you some baking soda for some crack or cocaine or something.
you know, around
But
the
these opiates, no, this kind of shit didn't exist back then.
around the 1920s, there was a major problem in the United States with wealthy white women addicted to heroin. It was a huge
Forms of it.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, this isn't new.
No, it's not new, but when cocaine was all the rage, it was told you can't get addicted to this. Cocaine is not addictive. It's not addictive. People believe that shit.
It is.
No,
They really did.
I
They
had a-
really did.
I had an excellent 2-hour conversation with a black guy tonight that was like incarcerated from killing a white guy that tried to beat him up, and a state trooper that shot him that eventually got pardoned. I didn't want to wreck the conversation and ask to record it, but I'm going to try and hit
Right.
him up next time.
Right.
Where did you run into that guy?
I see him all the time where I buy lottery tickets in Union Point.
Well,
Really,
maybe he would do an interview if you don't show him or
I
something.
don't think he'll
Just-
mind showing. This guy's got major fucking balls. Super bright guy. You know,
Well,
all
as you
the-
get to know him, if you see him again or periodically, maybe you'll earn his trust or something, and he'll be willing to speak on it.
Yeah,
More.
I think I did already, but it didn't really start out that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love to interview this guy. He's a cool guy, man.
Well,
He got
I mean,
mad.
like say drugs, and I mean, damn, 30s and 40s were wild. 20s. 30s and 40s
You know
was
what's
wild
interesting though is like
with
you look at
drugs.
those time periods.
This isn't, like you say, this isn't new.
No, it's not new.
I mean, look at all
I think-
the some of the especially jazz singers and stuff,
yeah.
jazz musicians back in the 20s and 30s and 40s. I mean, well-known ones were addicted to drugs. I mean, Ray Charles, Billie Holiday. I mean, a lot of the greats were, you know, that just went with the times as musicians too.
Yeah, I didn't know that about that.
Yeah,
Did Mick
but,
Jagger have a drug problem?
Not
Well,
really,
they did all kinds of
Yeah, but-
drugs. They all did.
but he wasn't heavily into it like Keith Richards got into it.
No, he wasn't.
But back to Ray Charles. He used to be able to hype himself, stick himself with a needle in a vein,
Yep.
and give himself intravenous.
Yes, he could. That's
Heroin?
true. Yes,
No kidding.
Yep. he could get himself off.
Huh. I don't like any of that kind of fucking music.
Well, I do.
I think
I
it
mean,
sucks.
I do. I love it. But that's
I don't
me.
like blues either.
Pardon?
I don't like blues, jazz.
Oh, I
fucking-
do. I do. I like blues, Jay. I like. I would say, well, I even have an appreciation, except opera. I'm not really
I like
because I don't.
opera. I like opera.
I like opera.
I like the tone of it, but I mean, I don't think I could sit and watch
No, that's
an
how I
opera.
feel about jazz.
You
or
know,
blues. There's
Well-
some comedian out there that says the worst day of his life is he said he got drunk. He fell down a flight of stairs, broke both legs, broke both legs, broke arms, and woke up in the middle of a jazz concert.
oh, that I love that. But you know that, like, say each to their own.
And I know in Detroit, the jazz channels on the radio, they had to mix it with like fucking light other shit, or they just fucking went out of business. You
I
just
like
play
all
straight
genres of music,
No,
pretty
even-
much.
Even in Chicago, where I live, all those fucking blues.
Oh,
things,
Chicago was big for jazz and
yeah,
blues.
almost all of them went out of business.
They have here they have a jazz festival. I
Fuck
mean, they
yeah.
have a lot of music festivals here, but they do have a jazz festival too.
If you think fucking jazz or blues is like going to a Led Zeppelin concert, you're fucking nuts.
Well, they're
Jazz and
they're
blues.
two totally different
Yeah,
things.
one sucks and one doesn't.
In your opinion,
No, it's not just my opinion. Because
it
if you go to
is your
famous blues
opinion.
like Clarksville, Mississippi, and Chicago and Memphis, you can't get fucking 100 people to show up for fucking BB King.
Okay.
It doesn't mean it sucks, though, Tom. It just means it's not popular.
Well, but you have to agree there is a relationship.
There must have been at some time because BB King no doubt had the bucks.
No, he didn't. He can't play and sing at the same time.
Ah.
If he was white, you'd have never heard of him.
And
He sucks.
okay, I don't think so.
Yeah, you don't, because you're caught up in the story and you have this unbelievably great eye and ear for this fucking suppressed
I did not say
super
that.
fucking
I
talent.
had a great
Nobody
eye
else
or
fucking
ear.
understands.
well,
BB
and
King
I'm
was a
also
good-
retarded, and I'm also a lesbian, and I'm also all this
That's true.
to you.
But I wasn't going to say anything.
BB King was a good guitarist.
Kiss my ass, Tom.
Oh,
BB King.
not really.
He was one of the three kings: Freddie King, BB King, and Albert King.
Thank you, Mark. Albert King, too. Yes, yes. I love Albert King.
They can't fill up a fucking popular casino.
Maybe not today,
Maybe not today, but I bet you a lot of old heads have their music and like their music.
I bet you they don't.
Well,
All three
you're
things are
full of
dead now
shit.
anyways.
You are.
Mm,
I'm not
Okay.
saying no. I'm just saying that there's a relationship between sales and how good you are.
okay.
And their sales weren't shit, and neither was their concert revenue. And they
Mhm.
always had to be there with 4 other bands.
Yeah.
I mean, these motherfuckers played at fairs their whole goddamn life.
No, that's not true.
Another popular one is Buddy Guy.
Oh, yes. Buddy Guy,
he's
yes, my man.
No, he went bankrupt too.
So, that whether he went bankrupt or not does not mean his music was not good.
No, but there's a
It has a lot to
relationship.
do with fucking handlers, promoters, people that you entrust with your money. A lot of these people were robbed of shit too.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't have people show up to their concerts.
Okay, yep, you are
You go down to
correct.
look at these famous blues places, man. They don't last.
You're right.
Look it up in Chicago.
I don't want to look it up in Chicago. I know what Chicago was at one time. I know what
Do a poll.
Detroit was at one time. I know what St. Louis was at one time. So, we could agree to disagree. I ain't gonna be looking up shit.
I'll tell you this: they weren't.
Am I echoing?
They weren't as successful. No, they weren't as successful as Chuck Berry, because that motherfucker could play.
Yeah, he could. I'm not taking that
What do you
away
think of
from
that,
me.
Mark?
Yeah, he could.
Crazy ass bank robbing motherfucker.
He,
Watching
And he
girls-
was a
he got
pervert
busted.
too.
Yeah, he got busted watching women pee.
true
But
story.
the
What?
motherfucker
here you go.
could
Now, if it was
bring
me
the
saying
beat.
that- if it was me saying that, you'd say, "What's got a pervert got to do with making great music?"
That's right. Yeah.
What
Well,
really? What? does-
Touche.
He was a miserable.
We're just
fucking
talking
prick.
facts. I mean,
Yeah, facts,
you
let's
have your
talk.
facts, I have mine.
Sounds good. Yeah, good.
Gary Lee
What
Lewis
is-
was a perv too. He married his 14-year-old cousin and got banned from the United States, moved to Europe, and then came back. He was blackballed.
Who?
Jerry Lee Lewis.
He's a fucking murderer too.
Well,
Three of his wives ended
he
up
did
dead.
go to jail for it.
They should have though. The Shannon, the girl from Westland,
I
Michigan.
know all about it.
What a fucking
He's
scumbag! If
still
I'd have ever
alive,
seen him,
Jerry.
if I'd ever seen him in person, I'd have bitch slapped him. That's right.
He's still alive, too. You still have a chance, I think.
Where? Thank you for the insight. He's a cocksucker, man. I wouldn't give a fuck.
Who?
Yeah, and you know what? He played the fucking piano good for a white trash, low life, perverted white hick.
He
That's
played
it.
standard boogie woogie. He did, and the
Total
songs
fucking
were all-
scumbag.
The songs he wrote were all pretty well simple, but it was
Thank
that
you.
time of rock and roll when it was experimental and it was
Thank
new.
you.
But it's
It was the
very
rock and
a
roll
murderer.
era.
A murderer.
Yeah, well,
Who-
so was A.J. Simpson.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop nothing.
Well,
You never got him.
no, you're right. It didn't.
And neither did it with Jerry Lee Lewis or some other people. I'm not saying he was a great person.
No, but Mark, seriously, man, you know about this fucking shit. On a scale of 10 being the best, where did Jerry Lee Lewis rank as a fucking pianist?
One being qualified, I'd say somewhere around 4 or 5.
You hear that, Rita?
I hear it. But that still doesn't take away from his popularity at the
He wasn't that
time.
popular.
But he had put out those songs that were popular at the time, and he wrote the beginnings of rock and roll.
But Mark, he wasn't that popular, Tom says.
Jerry Lee Lewis,
That's what he said.
back in the 50s, he was.
Maybe it's fuck. How am I supposed to know about that? Let's talk about cavemen.
Well, you said you're the one that said it. He
Talk
wasn't
about
that
popular
popular.
cavemen, troglodytes and shit. The Flintstones. How much mileage they got?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, I can't fucking. How in the fuck would you know what was popular in the fucking 50s?
Because I read
Because
it in
I
a book.
read,
Not you, Mark.
and
Her. Read it.
oh Lord, how would you know?
I don't.
Well,
Still alive.
Okay, well, let's, okay, what
How
else
much
is new?
mileage did
Mark,
Fred
how's
Flintstone?
the
How
wife
much mileage
doing?
did Fred Flintstone get?
I don't
using his
know.
feet?
Mark, how's your wife doing? Was she not feeling bad for a while?
no, everything's good.
Oh, okay.
Everything's fine. Yeah.
I think it's Debbie I'm thinking about, maybe Chris's
that-
wife.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you
right.
don't. You don't need to think about it anymore over here.
Yeah. That's,
They're gone for good.
okay,
Oh.
we're going to put Jerry Lee Lewis to be still alive.
No, he's dead.
You sure?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he finally kicked off, but he lived a long life. He was on up there when he died.
2022 he died.
I never liked the Allman Brothers either.
Of course you wouldn't.
Fucking white trash. Why do you stick up for these lowlifes? Because they banged on a piano like a monkey.
No, they did good music, Tom. The Allman Brothers.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Well, see the thing
Yeah,
about
they're gone
music
for good.
it's taste. Everybody has their own taste.
Yeah, but hey, look, how about this? There's a relationship to sales, concert venue numbers, and how good you are.
Yeah,
And
the
those
Allman Brothers-
motherfuckers were playing county fairs.
Crystal
There's going to be a
Clear.
freak like Bella Flack, one of these motherfuckers, here and there. Like that fucking guy, Jaco Pastorius, bass player. But
Yeah,
by and
Jaco-
large, there's a link to who pays for your shit and why. I mean, even though you hate Justin Bieber, the guy's got talent. All these motherfuckers, Chris Brown. It's like capitalism. It's you put it out there, who buys it? And all I'm saying is there's a link to sales, album sales. and how
Okay.
good you are.
But some people, like you said, with marketing and everything, some people have better,
No, I don't, Leo.
marketing strategies. So
I don't like those albino motherfuckers either. Those winners.
They were Johnny Winter was a innovative in his time, and he created some great music with that guitar of his.
I'll tell you who else sucks. Another screaming white trash lowlife.
We're in Tom's church now.
Joe Cocker.
Oh, I love Joe Cocker.
I'd
I
rather listen
love
to
him,
fucking-
love him, love
rather
him,
listen to-
love him.
I'd rather listen to dogs bark.
Mhm.
Oh, I hate those guys. Well, it's good you like Johnny Winter because no matter where he's at, you're always guaranteed a front row seat.
He's his number one man, a guy named Paul Nelson, just passed away. He was the guy that used to play for Johnny, open the show for Johnny, and walk him out on stage in the end there. He died of a heart attack at 52.
Oh, wow.
Right, cocaine.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
How about Dave Mason?
How about Dave Mason? You
Yeah, that
know,
one famous song that his guitar player wrote. In a Way, I think it is. It's a good song, man. I get goosebumps when I hear it.
I like
Oh, I
that
hate that
song.
guy. I hate that
Only,
fucking guy.
only you know and I know. That's
Yeah.
a
He
good song.
sucks. He sucks big time.
He
Yeah,
does.
you didn't understand the lyrics. His guitar player wrote that song. Yeah, I like fucking monkeys though. Mark, do you think that's just
Yeah, you would.
fucking you think that's just Comedy Central? I like the monkeys.
The band, the Monkeys.
Yeah.
We like to
We had
monkey
some
around.
hits, I guess, and yeah, a little bit bubblegummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They were for young teenagers and
Yeah, I like Milli
for
Vanilli too.
TV, and they were a TV
You like Milli,
band.
I like
wait,
Milli Vanilli too.
you like Milli
Yeah.
Vanilli?
You would.
Girl, you know it's true.
I just could, yeah, man. I just always wondered how much young, white, good-looking pussy they were knocking out. I mean, just for that reason alone, I liked them.
Yeah, you would.
I know a girl that had a party store. You know, it's where they sell beer and shit for all you dumb fucks that aren't from Michigan. You know, pop, shit like that. And I knew her. We were pretty tight. She said she'd have banged me, but I was too experienced. She would blow all the guys that delivered beer and shit to the party store and then tell her husband he'd fuck her, and it was really a great relationship. But anyway, back to the point of the story. She told me she used to masturbate so bad that she had to go see her family primary care physician over that one green-eyed Milli Vanilli guy. She said she'd never been that turned on in her life.
Well, she was a sick fuck.
Yeah.
No, she had an active sexual fucking mind. What's wrong with that?
She went to the doctor and told him about it, so she probably thought there was.
Well, she said she was just like, she was afraid she was like wearing out her clit. She
Well,
told me.
she was living in a fantasy world.
Well, so what? You ought to try living in one.
Okay, Tom.
You'd be happier.
Can you wear out a clip?
I think you live
No,
in
you
a
can't,
fantasy
but
world.
I think
How
she
about
like
that?
wore a fucking like. I think what scared her is she was masturbating so much to that green-eyed black guy, lip syncing. I don't know which one it was that it like the pain never went away. So she told me she went to her doctor, told her they gave her something.
Poor thing. Should have gave her a psychiatric evaluation.
Yeah. No, I should have fucking lied about my sexual experience. Maybe she'd have blown me too. I fucked up. She was cute too. She told me she'd blow these guys that delivered like beer and pop and shit to the party store, and her husband and her would fuck for hours. My type girl. Back
As
then, I
I
thought,
said,
yeah. Back then,
something wrong with her.
now there was something wrong with me for telling the truth.
Well, you should have lied, I guess.
Hey, believe me, if I'd have known that was going to be the result, I would have lied. She was cute as hell, man.
Should have, would have,
just had
could have.
this bizarre, crazy, like sexual fucking shit. I still jack off thinking about it.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that was
Like
30
the
something years ago.
Wow.
I made here's where I fucked up. Drinking wine and told my wife.
Well, you did fuck up.
Yeah, big time, man. Oh yeah, I never heard the end of it. God,
See, people just can't keep their mouth shut.
no, yeah, it's fucking drinking. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Losing
That'll
your-
do it.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
Fucking did it. I fucking totally fucked up. Fucked up. God,
Did she?
damn it.
Did she? What did she do? What did she do when she?
Oh, she
said that?
just thought that me going in there and buying shit, and they had a couple kids, and what were going to happen to the kids. She just went fucking berserk. But fret not. Less than a year later, I had the local donut shop owner, Polish girl, eating her pussy.
Your wife?
Yeah.
Mm. Well,
Why
kudos
I
to
didn't-
you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd call that bouncing right the fuck back. Wouldn't you,
Well,
Mark?
Sounds like it.
Thank you. Yeah. God, it was so great. I'm reminiscing again. I apologize.
it sounds to me that she was a woman desperate to try to keep her husband.
No, no. I know it sounds like that, but you had to been there. They had they had 10,000 more orgasms than you and your husband ever had.
Oh, and you know that how?
I don't, but I just know, I've talked to enough people that there was not, I would like to know how it ended up, but Rita, believe it or not, there are people out there that get turned on by shit that you don't.
Oh, I understand that
Hello.
completely.
Yeah. And he happened to have a wife that was cool with it. And it really turned him on and it enhanced their
Well,
sex.
I'm not there. I said kudos for you, man.
Thank you.
But like I said, I mean, I don't know. We're just talking.
No, but I mean, it worked for them.
Well, hey, great.
I mean, it's just like reading Penthouse Letters. Did you ever read those?
Oh, yes. Me and my lover used to lay in bed and read them and have sex.
Same shit. How long
Yeah.
was that? How many years ago?
Who are you speaking to?
You.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How long ago?
Oh, God. 40 plus?
Well, I mean, I thought if they were consenting adults and they liked it and they agreed upon it, I think
Hey, I agree. I agree. I agree.
okay.
You just give your opinion on shit, I give my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I've willingly had a threesome with a man. It wasn't my husband.
What, like a boyfriend and something?
Yeah.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you peg that on a positive experience?
About a 4.
Why so low?
Because there was a conflict between the man and the woman. He wanted to be involved with us, and she wasn't having it because she was totally a lesbian.
Oh, okay.
And then it became a game of, she wasn't having it. She just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
When you say you want 2 women, but in this case, it was a lesbian and a straight guy.
Gotcha. So you regret it?
No, I don't regret it.
Okay.
I don't regret it. It was an experience. I don't regret too much. I agree with you on there's no point in regret. You can't change it. It was what it was at the time.
Did you ever tell your husband about
Right, wrong, or indifferent. I mean, whatever it was, whether it was sex, whether it was crimes, whether it was drugs, whether it was I was just a rotten person. I mean, what's done is done.
Did you ever tell your husband about it?
He never asked. No,
That's not what I asked you.
no,
Here. Talking to this fucking dog.
no. I don't feel like I have to tell my husband everything that happened in my life, and I don't think he has to either.
You know, Mark had a threesome. I've had a threesome, and you've had a threesome. No wonder how we all ended up here.
Woohoo!
We're in a club.
Well, good.
Yeah, the threesome club. I mean, fuck. What the hell? Try
I
it.
mean, in the whole scheme of
You
things,
can't knock it if you don't try it.
in the whole scheme of things, I think it's the way to go.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, but I agree with Michelle. If it was in a marriage, I wouldn't do it.
No, yeah, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
You would if you got an ultimatum.
No, I wouldn't.
You would if you really loved him and you cared for his
No, I wouldn't.
You would if you were married to me, goddammit.
Well, it's a good damn thing I'm not married to
you do
you.
what the fuck I told you to.
Bullshit.
Fuck you wouldn't.
I don't roll that way.
You would then.
Yeah.
You need to get hooked up with an alpha male.
I'd have you in a damn dog collar leading you around, and you'd be saying, yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. May I, ma'am? May I not, ma'am?
Fuck you
Shit.
in the ass for just thinking of that.
Yeah. I'd be fucking you in the ass with a strap on.
Oh my God.
You're giving Mark.
Then you'd be begging for more.
You're giving Mark purgatory.
Slave.
You wouldn't do shit.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll
It's
never know,
worthless.
will we?
Yeah. You'd be handcuffed to that bed and begging for a
No,
ticket.
you would. Because you'd have that dog collar on. And you'd be saying, more, please, mistress.
You try that shit with me, you won't be alive.
Well, no, I wouldn't today. No, not today. But we can't go back, so we'll never know, will we?
No. You better hope we never know, because you'll be chained to that motherfucker till the day you die with no food. I wouldn't put up with that shit with you, Mark. Fucking dog collar and shit.
No, I don't. That's not my thing.
Fuck no.
Yeah, well. It hurts so good, though.
Look
That's
at
a song.
That's right, it is. John Cougar Mellencamp.
He sucks too.
Of course he does.
He had that
Fucking
one
midget.
song, Paper and Fire, I thought was all right, but the rest of the music was.
He's starting to
very loppy.
fucking like get out there, like he's starting to scream at the audience and shit. Look on YouTube.
Yeah, I heard.
They told
He
him play some-
was good. He was good. He
They told him-
was good.
They yelled from the crowd, play some music and shut the fuck up.
Well, that's these musicians that keep trying to, I don't enjoy seeing Mick Jagger. I don't enjoy seeing Rod Stewart. Oh my God. The last YouTube I saw of Rod Stewart, it was pathetic. Just shuffling around on stage.
Really?
Fuck that shit. Grace Slick had it down. She said she wasn't going to be these old rockers out there on stage, dragging ass and shit. She got out when, you know when to hold them and you know when to fold them.
That's bullshit.
Okay, well,
She didn't go out there and tour because nobody gave a fuck about them. Jefferson Starship. The good guy, the singer, the Marley Ballin, died.
okay.
I mean, who would go see Grace Slick by herself? Nobody.
Well, not at this age. I'm saying that's what she said. She didn't want to be one of these old rockers
No
dragging
problem.
ass, trying to be relevant
She couldn't
at
have-
this age.
We couldn't have filled a bankrupt casino in her heyday.
Okay, there again. There again.
Other druggie that didn't know what state she was in most of the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mark, what'd you think of Grace Slick? Come on,
I
now,
don't
tell the
really think
fucking truth.
much.
Quit playing this political Canadian horse shit.
No, I don't. Like I know a couple of songs from the airplane.
White Rabbit.
Jefferson. Yeah, and to find somebody to love or something like that.
When Marty Ballin died, they were fucking done.
Yeah,
It's like Lane Staley and Alice in Chains. When Mick Jagger dies, you won't hear a thing from the Stones.
No, you won't.
Oh no.
And you're not hearing much from them now. Except that Keith Richards looks younger every fucking day.
Well, they just
He
put a
looks
new
better
album
now
out.
than he ever did.
They just put an album out, a new album, and
Well, let's see how the sales is on that.
it's not so good. It's they're not.
Of course
popular
not.
anymore.
Of course not.
It's for the diehards, but there's a lot of cameos.
That's right. The old heads. The old heads. Unless some of these younger people are learning about these people, but it's not the most recent stuff. It's their old shit.
Yeah, I saw that. Hey, Bug. Yeah. I think Mick Jagger's an intelligent guy, though.
Well, I'm sure he is. I don't know him that like that.
I remember when he was dating that Bianca.
Oh, she was gorgeous.
Yeah.
She was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh.
And I'll tell you though, I like that girl he married from the South after Bianca. What was her name?
Something Hall.
Jerry Hall.
Jerry Hall, yeah.
She was a model, tall drink of water,
Yeah.
blonde. Yeah, I liked her.
Probably the worst
So-
piece of ass in bed ever.
What?
I bet you those models and shit are fucking terrible in bed.
And
rather
what's
have a
your
plain
basis for that?
experience.
Oh,
Not with models, but I'd rather take a plain Jane that was just came from a bad upbringing. Just
so there's really no evidence that they're bad.
Tom wants to take a plain Jane from a
It's
bad
just your
upbringing.
No, but there's no reason for them to like be good because they're just so, although there's different levels on it. I mean, if you're a really beautiful woman with like this killer body, that'll get you through. But if you're like, I'd rather have performance than looks. I bet if Mick Jagger and the hottest girls he was ever with saw some tapes of me and my girlfriends and wife, they'd be jealous as hell. Really, these motherfuckers would think shit ain't that great. I fucked him like a savage. Like a criminal. It was a crime.
Jesus. Watch
Would
out.
have been charged.
Mm-hmm.
You can't rape the willing.
Mm-mm.
All these really like super good looking
No,
women.
you can't rape the willing.
Yeah.
And you can't measure. You can't miss what you can't measure.
You don't have to be. You can just be a regular old Joe and like be like in right at the fucking top 1%. Really. They call me wild animal.
Oh, I know they do. I know
No,
they do.
did. They did.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tom.
Swear to God, man, these goddamn girls, I'd date them. I'd get them a fucking gift certificate to a chiropractor.
Are y'all listening to this bullshit?
Fuck. They put their spine back where it was for I fuck them.
Oh,
They
God.
go to a chiropractor, he'd say, boy, your spine is really out of alignment. Did you date Tom Reed?
Yes, sir, buddy.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Then he'd pop their back and shit and bullshit them.
Hmm.
They all do. Oh, fuck yeah. It's so great. Yeah, that beautiful shit. I'm not convinced that translates into good sex. I mean, really, seriously, Rita, would you rather have like a hunk, some super good looking motherfucker, or just some plain fucking goddamn pipe fitter just bang your ass into submission?
Whoever can deliver the goods.
Yeah, but if you were betting, if we were in Las Vegas, would you go with the super good looking guy or just the pipe fitter that hadn't fucked in 2 years?
The what?
The pipe fitter that hadn't fucked in 2 years that got a hold of you.
The pipe fitter.
Yeah,
Pipe
no, yeah,
fitter.
now we're on that. Yeah, I knew we'd fucking reach a common bond sooner or later. It's just kind of works.
Hell
that way.
yeah.
Yeah, why? I
Hell
don't know.
yeah.
I don't know. It's like that though. You know, I went out to the horror. Took my nephew when he got out of drug rehab and my flight instructor out to fucking Las Vegas. Took him to the horror house, the Chicken Ranch, that famous Chicken Ranch. Now, by that time, I was already a pretty seasoned fucking escort, fucking massage parlor motherfucker. Had a bunch of girlfriends. So the bar was kind of set high. I went in there and they brought out about like 80 girls. And I thought, man, I don't really see anything that great. They all look like experienced, seasoned prostitutes. Well, I didn't pick anybody. I mean, it's got a pretty, none of them really did anything for me, to be honest with you. And my nephew went and the pilot went. And I talked to the security guard who brought them all out. And I said, hey, man, we were talking about all sorts of shit, sports and stuff. And I said, I got to ask you, man. I can't believe like some of these girls ever get fucked, let alone somebody paying for it. He said, let me tell you, I've worked here 2 years and the ugly ones, the non-attractive ones get more business than the really good looking ones. And he said, the only thing I can come up with is that people feel less intimidated and more comfortable with the girls that aren't that good looking. He said that the plain Janes kind of outdo the good looking ones as far as people that choose them. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I just think that overall, I think you're better off going with a plain Jane from a bad upbringing.
I think men are intimidated by very beautiful women.
Nah, not me.
Either.
I would be savvy enough to know that these girls just got these pussies fucking kowtowing to them and they never really had to like get down. I think like good sex comes from like dysfunctional families.
Good sex comes from the brain.
Yeah, from the brain. That's true. Comes from the brain. I mean, like Tracy Lords type girls.
You put a bag over their head, it's all the same. I mean, as far as looks, if you couldn't see them.
True. Yeah, it's really true.
So what difference does it make what they look like? I mean, seriously, if you couldn't see a woman other than her body or whatever the two of you were engaged in.
No, but would you agree with this? Would you agree with good sex originating from just like, someone that was good at anything, wrenching on cars, painting pictures, whatever? I think
they could be from anything, absolutely right. Anything.
No, but you could get some people that were just beasts with sex from day fucking one. Do you believe this?
Say again.
You could just get monsters in bed, just beasts, just fantastic from day fucking one. They're just that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too. I've always said that. I think that good sex, like you're born with it. If you're in your 30s and you've gotten suckered into marry these goddamn bitches and you gotta like be tutoring them as shit, you're fucked right now.
Mm-hmm. But you gotta think somebody's got to teach them somewhere along the line.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, man.
There may be a potential, but until that potential is honed and experience, nobody knows. I don't think right out of the chute.
I think they do.
Okay.
I think that their brain,
perhaps. Yeah, I'm not.
I think their brain just like goes into like.
No, okay. They might just be a beast as far as, let's have sex. But I don't know that it's necessarily good sex.
Oh, I think it is.
I don't think so from the
I think
shoot.
it's like, I think it's
You
like,
have to know they'd had to been doing something pre-sex, pre out of the gate. They'd had to explored their bodies and known their bodies before.
yeah, but you take somebody like
That's just not something that,
an example is like a Tracy Lords.
That was Tracy Lords was an underage
Yeah.
film star.
Yeah.
She was like 15 and
Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah.
she said she was really 18. And they filmed her for all those years.
You know, the people in porn hate her fucking guts. They think
Well,
she
fuck 'em.
set everybody up, and it was a poor me, and she's been basically ostracized by the porn world.
well, she don't do porn anymore. So
No, she doesn't. But
who the fuck
when
cares?
when Tracy Lords was like 18, she was better than 99.9% of the women in the world. Just a
Well,
fucking
you know this.
just good at everything. I know this because I watched a lot of her movies. Everybody said that. That's why she had such a huge like.
So she was good at porn.
She was good. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean-
I'm just
So
want to
what do you
be
think in
clear.
porn? They're
She
playing
was
fucking
she was
backgammon?
the best in porn.
Yeah, but what do you think in porn? They're playing backgammon?
Huh.
I mean, you have a window into how these girls
I
get
think
down.
it's an act a lot of the
Even if it was
time.
an act. But if
It's
it was
actors like in a fucking movie.
yeah, but
All
But
these
she was-
women are not necessarily enjoying this. All these men that are doing gay sex, they're not enjoying this if they're not gay. It's not a matter of enjoying it. It's a matter of how to make people believe
then why isn't everybody doing
a
it?
facade
Then why
that
isn't
you
it-
are
then why-
enjoying it. They're
why isn't
playing
it-
for the cameras.
then
That's
why
their
isn't-
job.
Then why isn't everybody doing it?
Well, because not everybody wants to do porn.
No, but I'm talking about people that are porn. Why isn't everybody as good as her?
She's a better actress.
Whatever. Act, real, fake, a monster.
I don't know her like that. I can't answer.
Yeah, so
That's just my opinion.
you think it's experience, not necessarily innate. Like,
Not in porn.
No, I'm
Not in
talking
porn.
about
I
right-
think it's porn experience.
Yeah, but what the fuck do you think porn is? You're
Oh my
like
God.
differentiating between.
Porn is a business.
Yeah, I know it is. They charge for it, but you're acting like it's two separate things. There's
It is.
Yeah, but still, you're not to do what she did in porn. If you could get that and you weren't making porn, you'd be just as fucking happy.
Yes, but how do you know
Most
it was
women can't-
enjoyable to her or that it was not just an act?
I don't know if it was or it wasn't. My point is,
Okay.
what she did was better than what everybody else did at 18.
And porn. Okay, agreed.
Yeah. Do you agree that some blowjobs are better than others?
Agreed.
Okay. And if tons of people ranked her as giving better blowjobs than everybody else in porn, that means something, even if it's acting. In other words, lots of women couldn't fake what she did,
Mm.
even if it's acting.
Okay, kudos to her.
Okay, good. I'm just saying there was a standard she set. And for someone that
For acting.
I don't care if they're acting.
No,
They're
I'm
not
just
acting.
saying for acting.
Oh, so what is non-acting good sex like?
Oh, honey, if you don't know by now, I'm not in the porn business, nor have I ever been.
No, but if
I can-
everybody could have been in a Tracy Lords, they would have been. once they
No,
took
they
the
wouldn't
money-
have. Not everybody wants to be in the porn
No, but they-
business.
No,
But
that's
you can
true.
still have fabulous sex
No,
without
but I'm
being in
saying-
the porn
but if
business.
everybody that decided to get into porn, why weren't they as good as Tracy Lords? I'll tell you why.
I've already answered this question.
Because they couldn't be. It's like pro athletes, great writers,
They
poets,
couldn't have-
musicians, whatever.
I don't know. Maybe she did enjoy it at the time. I
I
don't
don't
know.
care if she enjoyed
like
it or
I
not. The
said,
point
I don't
is,
know her that way.
the point is, she was a superstar at a young age.
Absolutely. Tracy Lords was the be all, end all in the porn industry.
Yeah, I mean, it was like crazy shit. Mark?
Can't answer right now, Tom. I'm having a fantasy.
Oh, good for you. Great for you. Look up Tracy Lords, man. You won't go to bed tonight.
Oh, Lord. You go, Mark.
She
You
was-
go.
So you don't think you could decipher between great sex and somebody that didn't seem like they knew what they were doing?
Somebody good at it.
Right. Thank you.
We're talking in person, Mark, not in the porn, not watching porn.
You act like porn is like it isn't really happening. It's animation.
Tom, there people.
It
in
is
porn-
really happening, but their main goal is to sell you something.
like they're
Do you
having-
not think they're going to go hard as they can and to make you make this real? That's why she was the most popular,
Why didn't
Well,
everybody
because-
do it?
because not ever. Oh God. Because she was Tracy Lords.
Thank you.
Hmm.
What are you going to say, Michelle?
like when you're trying to compare porn to like sex, like porn, they have people telling you what to do, how to do it. You gotta stop.
Why was
it's
she so
all-
much
it's
better
all
than everybody
acting.
else?
I don't know.
I mean, you guys act like good head is like fucking something people make up. Do you at least agree to this? Do you think there's girls that give great head and girls that don't?
Yes, Tom. Absolutely.
Thank you. Good.
And I think there is men that give good head, and as opposed to others.
Okay, and it has nothing to fucking do with porn.
Okay.
Okay,
Nothing to do with porn.
Right. That there's
Nothing
some
to do
people
with
that are
porn.
better than others.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't have anything to do with whether you're getting paid or whether you're not.
Okay.
Thank you. Gurley agrees. Michelle?
I agree.
I mean, why do you think so many people watch this fucking shit?
Because it's a fantasy.
It's not a fantasy. You're watching it. I mean, it almost seems you do the same bullshit with dick size.
I do.
I think it's just a thing with like women that I think it's almost like Mark mentioned earlier, like the
No, I think it's almost like you want to convince somebody that of something different.
Look, I don't need to convince most people that big dicks matter.
Okay.
I don't need to convince most people that bigger is better.
If you
than
have
smaller.
a big dick does not necessarily mean that it's going to be enjoyable to your partner. Just
No, but-
because you have a big dick.
No, but do you see advertisements and billboards about make your dick smaller?
Well, of
Oh.
course, there again, they're trying to sell you something.
They're
But if
selling
you don't know how to use that big dick, just that all that banging ain't doing a motherfucking thing. But if it, depending on how big you are, tearing me up.
Okay.
Fuck
How
that
about-
shit.
How about you take a big dick and a small dick and they both know how to use it? Which one do you want? This will shut you the fuck up.
No, it's not gonna shut me the fuck
Hey, then
up.
which one? You want the small one that knows how to use or the big one?
One of each. As long as they know how to use it.
So there's no difference.
Not to me, not if they know how to use it. If they can get me to my ultimate goal, and hey, baby, do your thing.
Mark, do you believe this nonsense? Mark,
Well-
how about this? From guy to guy, would you rather have a big dick or a small dick?
We're not talking about
I'm
what you
asking Mark.
prefer to have.
I'm asking Mark.
You asked
I
me
can
as
ask
a
Mark.
woman.
Yes, Mark. That Mark. Shut up, Rita.
You shut up, Tom.
Would you rather have a big dick or a small dick?
I'm not really interested in dick though, Tom.
No, but yourself.
Oh, for myself. I'm happy with what I have.
No, I didn't ask you that.
Oh, okay.
If you got to choose, and you were born and back in your Catholic days, if you could have a big dick or a small dick,
Oh,
which one would you want?
I wouldn't want a little one.
You want a big one then? Say it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. Why do I got to pry this out on you crazy fuckers?
Because you don't want to hear what we have to
I
say.
don't
You
wanna
want to
hear
hear
because
what
it's
you want us to say.
No, big dicks are like, I know girls, I know women.
Too big of a damn dick. A woman don't want. I've seen dicks on men that I've gone, oh fuck no, this ain't happening, baby. This
When?
ain't happening. There's such a thing as too fucking big.
No, there's not.
Oh, there's not. Have you had a dick?
Not yet.
Okay, then. You can't speak for a woman on dick size. See, you keep trying to convince us that shit matters at times. I'm not saying, okay, it depends. There's a lot of
Oh, yeah.
variables. The girth, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want a long dick that looked like a pencil. I would rather have a medium-sized dick that had some girth to it. Yes, but I don't give a damn what size dick it is if he still don't know what to do with it and he's just banging.
Rita,
Fuck that shit. That
You got
don't
two guys.
necessarily lead me to an orgasm.
no, Rita, you got two guys. Both of them know how to use it. You got a guy with a big dick and a guy with a small dick. I can't break it down any simpler or easier.
You've already asked me that question. I said I'd take one of each as long as it gets me where I need
No,
to
but
go.
if you couldn't take, if you had to choose between the two, what would you go with?
Depends on the bigness and it depends on the smallness.
Yeah, but you're acting like, you're covering for the little dick guys. Like, why would you have a little dick and it'd be
Why do you want me to dismiss the smaller dick?
Because I'm seeking the truth.
No, you're seeking your truth.
No, I'm seeking the truth that I've based on people that I've talked to, movies that
Well,
I've
you're talking to me.
Do you think those Penthouse letters you used to read? Were they
Oh,
highlighting
yes.
small
And
dicks?
not all of them were talking about big dicks.
No, were any of them talking about small dicks?
I don't recall.
No, but really, come on now.
I
You don't recall? You know why you don't recall?
Like
Because you
Botox
I'll tell you why you
said,
don't
maybe
recall.
some
I'll tell you- no, I
vaginas
know why
are
you don't.
bigger
I
than
know why
other
you- I
vaginas,
know
and it
why-
just depends on.
I know
But
why you
it's
don't
not
recall.
just about the vagina; it's
No,
about
I'll
how
tell
to
you why
use
you
that
don't. I'll tell you
motherfucker.
why you don't recall. Because you didn't read anything.
Oh. I don't think I've ever actually run across a man in my experience in my life that had what I would call a small dick.
We'll put some inches on it. Like, what are we talking about?
Oh God, here we go. We've already talked about this.
We'll talk about it again. I forgot. Give me some inches. What do you
Give me
consider
some
small?
dimensions on vaginas that you've had.
You can fit anything you want in there. It's a myth. I mean, women are like giving birth to 10-pound babies.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you look at the
And
size
after you give those birth to 10-pound babies, your vagina's never the same.
I'll say. I do think that's kind of a myth.
God damn, now you got a vagina.
No, but I think that like when you consider the size of any size male, it's like a drop in the bucket compared to what it can take.
Mm.
That's a myth.
Well, let me ask any men on here. Have you ever had sex with a woman and you thought their vagina was big?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I've heard men say that women told them your penis is small. Well, maybe it's your vagina's big.
I had one small vagina my whole life, sad to say.
I don't know. See, I've never had children either, so.
That doesn't have much to do with it.
Okay, here we go.
No, it snaps
Tom
back.
knows all about the
Snaps
vaginas.
It snaps back. I had only one small one. I'm glad I did, because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have believed it.
Well, yay.
Yeah, thank you.
And what do you think about that?
I wish I'd have more of them.
Yeah, well, everybody wants them tight and
Well,
small.
yeah, that's another interesting thing. I mean,
And that's a myth too,
it wasn't in that case.
depending on age.
Wasn't in that case.
Well, not in that case.
Yeah, I had only one small one. Sad to say. I mean, Mark, would you rather have just some gaping hole you could shove a cantaloupe up, or something tight you had a hard time putting your pecker in? I mean,
That was
Really
my
true.
question.
No,
There are
that's
different
smart.
sizes of women's
No,
vaginas.
I wonder if this is. I wonder where this like.
It depends on the woman too. Just like it depends on the man.
No,
Have
but
you
I
ever
think
heard
in general.
Have you ever heard of Jones crushing? Do you know
No.
what a Jones
I
crusher
don't know what
is?
that is.
That's when I can't believe I'm telling you this. It's when the vagina, the woman contracts and squeezes your Johnson.
I
Yeah,
didn't
I
know
had
it
one
had
girl
a
do that.
name.
I had
I
that
just
happen
knew
one
how to
time.
do it.
I had that happen one time.
Thank you. Well, what do you call it again? A Jones crusher?
Yeah, Jones crusher.
No, I had that happen one time.
Oh, yeah.
She told me she
Men
was going
like
to do it, and I
that.
didn't believe it.
Men like that.
Yeah, fuck yeah, we like it. But I just wonder
She
how.
can milk you dry to the point of you go, stop.
I just wonder, like, how that's evolved to like wanting smaller than bigger.
Oh, Lord.
You know, what makes guys like find this attractive? It's weird, and you can't tell by like body type. I had a black doorman when I was living in Chicago. He said that the skinny girls always had the big vaginas and the fat ones had the small ones. And I think there might be an element of truth to that.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. But you wouldn't just think that, like, you kind of think of like penis size differently than vagina size, but it shouldn't be thought of differently.
They are different.
No, but some of them are like really big.
I've had a gynecologist tell me, oh, you're small, but it's because I've never had children, I think.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I don't know. Next time I go to my gynecologist, I'll ask.
I think it snaps back. It's just
Yeah.
your genetic makeup.
Okay. Talk to some man that's wife has had multiple children.
Yeah, no, I do. I do. I have. But do you think
Okay.
your gynecologist
And it's
would-
just
No,
the very
but
same.
on the same note, do you think your gynecologist would have said, God damn, you could fit a watermelon in here?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't.
So do you think he was complimenting you?
I think he was just stating a fact.
Well, lucky you.
as he was doing an exam, and
It made you feel good though, didn't it? I mean, he
it
should know
didn't
as
make
a
me feel
gynecologist.
any kind of way. It was
He
just
should, he should know as a gynecologist. Do you think if you'd had the biggest vagina in the
well,
world, he'd
actually,
have
it
said
wasn't a
anything?
man; it was a woman.
Okay, if it was a woman, she said, you know, this is the biggest vagina I've ever seen in my career. You wouldn't have thought too highly of that, would you?
Well, I don't think she would have said anything
Why not?
because of decorum, and
All right,
a
so
physician wouldn't have
she
said that.
rolled the dice and
It
thought
was
that
just a fact
from
that
woman to woman that small was better.
no, had nothing to do with that.
Well, then why wouldn't she have mentioned giant?
I don't know, Tom. Ask her. I'll give you her fucking number.
But when she said it, did you feel good about it?
Not necessarily. It was just something that she said as she was doing an exam. Then she noticed. She just said it. I don't think she would have said, "My God, you've got a." I think she'd been used to having women that had multiple children, probably.
I don't think that matters.
Okay, well, you don't.
Okay. I don't, Michelle, Lucid, come on, girls. It's no time to get quiet.
Come
I
on,
think that-
women.
I think it snaps back to where it was.
No, it does not.
I don't think it goes all the way back, Tom. I think if you've had multiple children, you're going to have a stretch factor. In
So
Well, I'm curious about this. Michelle?
Well, I'm curious too, but I can only speak as a woman.
Well,
I mean, but I've not had children, so I don't know.
I don't think, Michelle, do you think there's anything to that?
But I don't believe that.
I mean, when you get I'll tell you one thing, when you get a comment from a gynecologist like that, I mean, I take that as fucking legit. I mean, if you'd have just been
Well, I don't
finger
think it was a
fucking some-
compliment. It was just a
No, but if you'd
comment.
have just been finger fucking some hayseed back in the North Carolina days, it wouldn't have meant shit. But this is from a person that's seen plenty of them as a career.
Exactly.
Right.
She just made the comment that, oh, you're small, and I just think she just hadn't seen that in a while. But I think the factor was that haven't had children. I really
Here's
do.
my point. Here's my point on this. She was as a professional.
Absolutely.
Willing to mention you being small.
Well, perhaps she shouldn't have even said anything. She
Now we're
just
getting
spoke out
somewhere.
loud.
Welcome. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. But if she just said to you, holy shit, I bet you could fit a watermelon.
I don't think she would have said that.
That's my point. So it was a compliment.
I didn't take it either way.
Michelle,
It was
do you think
just
there's anything-
based on her examination.
Okay. Michelle,
yeah.
do you think, you don't have to answer this, but I always got the impression that it snapped back regardless of children. What do you know? I'm not saying you yourself, but just what you've read.
Women who've had children, speak up here. Don't leave me hanging here.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I think your body goes back to normal,
That's
but
what I
like
thought.
there could be certain like I mean, if it's one of those things, like there could have been certain circumstances.
Yes, they do, LA.
So
Yeah, they do. You know, that's genetic too, though. Because I'm not bragging here.
Oh, God.
No, but I noticed my nuts have always been like tight. I watch these porno movies and these nuts
Oh,
sway
yeah.
like they're in a 6-inch silk sack,
Yeah.
dangling like a pendulum.
Tom, are you sitting on the toilet yet to pee?
No, I don't have nuts like that. But I guess guys do because I see
And
it.
does the water hit them once in a while?
No, not at all. No. I think of mine are right where they were when I was a teen. But I see guys in porno movies with nuts like that. I'm glad I don't have them.
What, down to their knees?
No, just balls that are like hanging like 4 inches down or something.
No, we're not talking about 4 inches down. We're just talking about they get lower. And
Mine
they
haven't.
do. It's a medical fucking fact.
Mine, speak for your husband, not me.
Medical fucking
Mine
fact.
are right where they were when I was
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
You might want to think they are, but they're
I
not.
look at them all the time.
Yeah, well,
Mark, do you think your nuts have lowered as you've aged?
Big Jim and the twins are exactly like they were 20 years ago.
they might be for Mark, but not at a 70-year-old man.
Your husband's not 70. How would you know?
Because I've seen lots of them in the medical field.
So my nuts are going to get longer.
Yeah, they will.
No, nobody's looking at them, so I guess it's
Well,
not that big a deal.
Touche.
Just like Rita mentioned, if you sit down to use the toilet and you feel wetness from where you're dangling.
Oh, but that's a long fucking way, man. If your nuts are hitting
Well,
the
it
water,
has to do with your toilet too.
thank you.
What kind of toilet you got?
Yeah, and what the water level, that plunge box.
Yeah, that's right. That's a thing too.
I mean, if your nuts are hitting the water, there's something really way off.
I'd say.
No shit, man.
No,
my new house.
but another thing is, do men after a certain age they tend to sit down more than they stand up to pee?
Oh, bullshit.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucid. You're fucking nuts, man. You're getting into that Mexican shit now.
Okay. Is that what it is? The
Mark,
Mexican shit?
Do I sit down to pee?
Yeah.
Ever.
I lift the leg. I lift the leg like a dog.
Yeah. That's a good way out.
No, I don't think that sitting down to pee, man. That's like almost near dead.
Yeah, I think that I'll fight it a little bit and continue to stand until.
I didn't say it was my husband. I'm just saying I've seen men do that. I've known men to do that.
Yeah, but I don't get what medical field were you in? Were you watching
I was a
7-year-olds nuts in the
CNA.
water?
I was in hospitals, and
What the fuck were you doing in there while they were sitting down peeing?
because a lot of times they needed help. I was in detox when people were out of their fucking minds, and you had to help them pee.
It's 70?
Pardon me?
It's 70?
Well, no, I'm just saying older people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You said 70. Did you actually witness 70-year-old nuts hitting the water?
Listen, I didn't watch their balls.
Well, how do you know they hit the water? Did you dry them off?
Because I've heard men talk about it.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Don't get fucking angry about it.
No, I'm not, sweetheart. I'm not. I'm really not.
Okay. Yeah.
It's hard for me to get mad
Yeah.
over some bullshit like that.
I just think that I just think that where the water usually is in a toilet bowl, that this is like some rumor that went awry on the internet.
It probably is. It probably is in all reality. I mean, it probably is. But I just noticed in more elderly men, they will tend to sit down.
What age? 70?
Oh, God. At 35, it's just easier.
No, I don't think it's the same. I don't think I could do that. Do you, Mark?
Sit down to pee?
Sitting down.
Well, you sit down to do the other thing.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I just think it's. Here's the point here. This is the point. I think it'd be like, I'd say it'd be about 8 inches on a normal toilet, which is just nuts. No pun intended.
Why would it bother you to sit on the toilet to pee?
It wouldn't. I would wonder why, like, my nuts were hitting the water 8 inches down from where they
That
never
was
used
just
to.
something I threw out there, Tom, just like you do.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's not that big a deal. That's true. I mean,
But there again,
I don't
LA
think I'd be
has a
seeing
good
a fucking
point.
stick.
Prostate issues make them spray all over.
Oh, when
There
you're
are conditions that happen to men as they get older, and it's easier to sit down.
well, I didn't know this. I've never
Not
heard of
just your balls dragging. I mean, there are other things. I just threw that in there.
it. Yeah, I never heard of this.
Well, okay,
You, Mark?
look it up.
Maybe it's
No, but
different
I'm
in Canada.
Pardon?
What'd you say, Mark?
not. No, but I'm listening.
Oh, yeah, me
I'm
too. Yeah,
absorbing everything.
you've got us worried. Oh, no. What I did, Hey Pug's got an excellent memory. What I said is like, you could say this, I'll own this, that I had shy kidneys. Never, I had a girlfriend that had a place where you watch TV and cheap ass fucking door, not solid wood. And I had a problem with her. I didn't want her hearing me pee. So I get
Yeah.
fucking down low there and try and squirt it down the side. Or I'd piss in the sink.
Yeah.
Which honestly,
Or people would flush the toilet.
that too. There's an old joke, you can tell if you're Scottish if you piss in the sink and dry your hands in the curtains.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there's an element of truth to that. I never dry
Why
my
is
hand
that
in the curtains. but
subjective to Scottish? Damn.
It just is.
That's
It's like why
rude.
WAP, Zero, Kike, Jew, all these things. But I'll tell you this: I pissed in a lot of sinks, and some
Oh,
people
I've
just
pissed
think,
in sinks, and I'm a woman.
no, but people think that I ought to get the fucking death penalty over this shit. About 2 feet down, and it meets the same place as it would have been in the toilet. But I guess there's some of these fuckers that just think that it's like it's the most grossest fucking crazy shit that you'd piss in a sink. I know a guy, an administrator at a hospital, that
Oh,
lost their
damn.
fucking job, that got a hip replacement, that they busted for pissing in the sink. Because he
Oh, I've
didn't.
heard of pissing in the sink all my life.
Yeah,
I
same
mean,
here. I don't think
depending
that's
on
I don't think it's that big a
especially
deal.
at concerts and shit like that, and the line was
Yeah.
long. I gotta pee. I don't give a
no, right.
fuck where it's at. I gotta pee as long as I didn't break the goddamn sink.
No, I think if it's not like you're pulling the thing to where you're like gonna fill up a bowl of water and just peeing in it and leaving there. That's the way they make it sound when you say you did it. You're peeing in it and you're running the hot water for a couple minutes.
Yeah, what difference? I mean, I run water. I wash my hands. I
No, but
mean,
there's fucking people out there that think this is
what
like-
difference does it make?
That's what I
It's
said.
all going down a drain.
Yeah, I can't wait to visit.
You're not touching the. Oh, please.
Does this make sense to you? That some people, if you're like dating, that you don't want the other person you're dating to hear you peeing.
Well, not for women. I think it's easier for women.
It's called shy kidneys.
Oh, yes. I've heard about that. People have problems
Let's say you're just dating your husband.
urinating in a.
I don't have problems.
in a-
I have problems with thinking they hear it. Now,
Well,
look,
who gives
all
a
women.
fuck? It's a body.
No, but that's true. I get this, but I still don't want them hearing it.
Okay, well, that's your thing.
Now, if you had really smart women that you don't even need to be that smart, really, and they'd say, yeah, man, this is just weird. What's this motherfucker doing in there? I never really hear him peeing. No, you're never gonna either. It's either gonna be
I'd
the
wonder
water
if
or
I
anything.
didn't. I mean, what's your,
See,
not that it
Squirrely's
would
like-
make a difference.
Squirrely's
I
like
would
this.
just.
Squirrely's one of these germaphobe fuckers. Yeah, and by the way, in the old days, 5 years ago, you could call fresh urine sterile. But now, as it turns out, there's bacteria, but it isn't bacteria that makes anybody sick.
Right.
A la European golden shower video. Very popular. A lot of people are into its fetish. I'm not. But there's no health hazard by someone pissing in the sink. So get over it.
No, there's not. No more than there is somebody pissing in a toilet.
Yeah.
They're not, as long as they're not pissing on the damn handles and shit that you touch. But I would
Thank
hope
you.
that you
Thank you.
wash your fucking hands regardless of you know.
I do.
No, I'm talking about in general.
What do you mean in general? After you piss or before or just not even?
After if you piss in a sink.
No, but if I proved this to you and you knew that urine was not going to hurt you in any way, it wasn't in any way going to give you anything, what's the big fucking deal even if I didn't?
Well,
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
nothing. Hell, I had a boyfriend once. We had a wood stove in our house. He got up drunk and pissed in the damn wood stove.
Did that turn you off?
No, it stunk like hell.
Why the fire was going?
Yes. He thought he was in the bathroom.
Okay.
Well, but he was drunk, so there's that.
Yeah, right. So you cut him some slack.
Well, yeah, what could I do?
See, Squirrely said it shocked her.
I mean,
that
I
you-
yelled at him, what the fuck are you doing? You gonna put the fire out?
She thought only women did peeing in the quiet. Well, like I said, they call it shy kidneys. And honestly, I don't know if that works for men and women.
It does. Shy kidneys, it does.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you. Like I can say, you can't have it both ways. If I'm in a bathroom and I'm peeing in the sink, I don't want to be over at some girl's house and be sitting there and she goes in the bathroom and it sounds like Secretariat's pissing. It would turn me off.
Well, then I
It
know
sounds
that-
like a 3/4 inch water hose. Like,
that's a bodily fucking
yeah,
function.
well, yeah. This ain't fucking science class. This is banging this girl later in the night. And it
I don't
bothers
think
me,
it's
okay?
so much the
What does
stream.
that have to do with you banging the girl?
Lots. I just think of this shit and I just fucks with my brain.
Well, then
I don't
you're
think
fucked up.
You're fucked
I-
up for thinking there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't think it's so much the sound of the stream hitting the water. I think it's the big fart that she makes at the end when she
Oh,
finishes.
Thank
so-
you. And the
you.
same with men.
No,
That's
that'd be a
men
deal
do that. They'll fart after they pee.
Yeah. I'm American. I don't fart.
And
If a girl did that shit, I know it's an accident, bodily functions. You can print some goddamn science papers off, but it's fucking over.
I don't think women can pee that fucking loud unless she's been holding it for a damn long time.
Well, I always did kind of wonder. I mean, how you peeing when you don't hear it? I think you fuckers are peeing in the sink too.
No, a woman I don't think has the same stream as a man does. And I think we can control it
I
better.
think they can just cock their ass and do the same thing I'm doing when I'm bending down.
I
Really?
ain't never cocked my ass to pee.
No, but you're not squirting it into the water. Or you'd hear it. You go into women, you could put a stethoscope up to the goddamn door and you can't hear them peeing. And why?
Yeah, I take my stethoscope around with me and
No, but
would
you couldn't.
listen to.
No,
people
guys
pee.
sound like Secretariat pissing.
Oh my goddamn! No, it's not. Unless she's been holding that shit for days.
No, women, that's my point. But guys, you can. Girls, you can't. I don't know whether it's a
Okay.
smaller string. I think they cock that ass at a 45.
Yeah, that's it.
It doesn't hit the water, which is what I'm trying to do when I'm either bending down low or pissing in the sink.
Well, I don't know what day.
No, but it's interesting. Let's put it this way. I don't know of any people that I was around. I mean, this is an unusual situation. These were situations where they had a rec room or like a fucking place where the TV was and a cheap ass wood door. It's not like normal. If you were in a normal house and the bathroom was 20 feet down the hall or some shit, no problem. It's when you just happen to be in a thing where there's a TV and a cheap wood door, not solid wood. And that's when it's possible that you can hear this shit. It's not like, there's a chance through your whole young dating life, you could date people in houses with solid wood doors that the bathroom was 20 feet down the fucking hall.
Well, I think no matter where you are, if there's a TV or music or something going on, surely you're not sitting there in silence. There's got to be some kind of background noise.
Yeah, but it still is associated to how far the TV and you are from the toilet.
Well, I don't know. I never did measurements or anything like that. I had to pee. I had to pee. I wasn't shy about it.
I happened to have the bad misfortune of 2 girlfriends.
It doesn't bother me to hear a man urinate.
Oh, it would turn me off so bad.
Well, sucks to be you.
In that case, it does. Fortunately, the bathrooms were, like I said, further enough away with solid wood doors. Or they had to go into a bedroom and there was a bath, some shit like that. You couldn't have heard it if you tried.
Well,
point being, I don't want to hear women peeing.
Okay.
You, Mark?
I don't go out of my way to listen for it, but I think that if I hear it, it's not going to shock me or anything.
Well,
I've heard it
no.
before.
That wouldn't turn you off?
No. Maybe that big crappy fart afterwards might.
No, I never heard that, man. No, I never heard that. No, you got girls farting after their pee.
Men do that more than women, I think.
Not me.
Oh, yeah. Well,
No,
listen, it's been fun. I got an appointment tomorrow. I got to get up early. And so I'm going to bid you all a good night. And I'll talk to you later.
Right, you nighty-night.
Nighty-night, Rita. Take care.
Night.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sign off too. Mark, you're about ready to hit the hay, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been up since 5:30 myself this
Oh,
morning.
my God. Well, thanks for being a trooper.
Yeah, I do it every day.
Yeah,
Every day.
crazy. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how I do it. I live on 4 hours. I'll be up again. I'll be up by 6 in the morning.
Yeah, no way. You know, if this is what'll happen. I'll go to bed 2:30. I'll get up at 8:30. I'll fuck around, read the news on my computer, and then sleep till 11:30.
Nice.
If I don't get 9 hours of sleep, man, my joints ache. I feel like I got AIDS. Good night, Squirrely.
Yeah, you forget shit. I know it's horrible.
No, when I get a lack of sleep, I don't fuck around doing those talking videos, driving and shit, because I know I'm not on my A game. I'm gonna be rear-ending motherfuckers and shit.
Yeah, gotta be careful
Yeah.
when you're
Have
sleeping.
love. You have a good night. Hey, Pug. Thank you, Dominic. You party on.
Take care, Tom. Party
Have
on.
a good
buddy.
day tomorrow, you guys. See you, Chris. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, pal. Bye.
Yep. See you later.